Hi again, everyone, from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. It's the 2017 Gopher Classic, the 40th anniversary Gopher Classic here as Post 22 plays a doubleheader this morning. Their first game against Grand Rapids, Minnesota, and their second game against East Grand Forks, Minnesota. Post 22 winning 2 games yesterday. They defeated Eden Prairie, Minnesota in the late game last night. 8-2. They came up with a 6-2 win over Oakdale, Minnesota yesterday. And Post 22 needs some help today if they are to reach the championship round tomorrow. Papillion is the top team in our bracket. They are 4-0. They play only one game today. That's the last game of the day at 6:30. Rapid City time tonight. They'll take on the host Eden Prairie team. But Papillion is 4-0. Post 22 with a loss to Papillion, 2-1 with their 2 games today. And Eden Prairie has 2 games today. They'll play East Grand Forks at 5 and then Papillion at 7:30. If Papillion wins the late game tonight against Eden Prairie, it's all over. Papillion is the champion. For Post 22 to reach the championship round tomorrow, they must win both games today. They must have Eden Prairie defeat Papillion. And if Eden Prairie wins their doubleheader and goes 4-1, Post 22 would be 4-1, Papillion would be 4-1. And then we would come down to the fewest runs allowed, and that's where the Papillion team has a real advantage, allowing just 2 runs in the 4 games they have played so far. Post 22 has given up 7 runs so far in their games. And Eden Prairie has given up a total of 16 runs in their 3 games. So 16 runs against for Eden Prairie in 3. Post 22 has given up 7 runs in 3. And Papillion 2 runs in 4 games. So Eden Prairie would have to beat Papillion and beat them bad tonight for Post 22. The Post 22's got to make up, if a 3-way tie would occur, at least 5 runs right now, 6 if they don't want to have any other tiebreakers, and have Papillion lose that game for Eden Prairie. So let's take it one step at a time. And Mark Benetti, let's just hope Post 22 can take care of business and win their 2 games today.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. With all the help that you need, you just got to do what's in front of you right now. That's win your 2 games and hope that everything works out at that point. It's one thing to be talking about all these speculations, but if the Hardhats drop one of these 2 games today, then it's all for naught. So if you're the Hardhats, just focus on your 2 games today. That's all you need to worry about, starting off with Grand Rapids right now and East Grand Forks to follow shortly after. And right now, the Hardhats are playing with some confidence. They got a big 6-2 win over Oakdale. They thrashed Eden Prairie last night 8-2 after Eden Prairie committed another 5 errors in their ball game, and the Hardhats took advantage of a whole bunch of mistakes. So if you're Post 22, focus on the task at hand. And that's a lot of what this comes down to, especially at this level of the sport. What's your mental preparation? What's your focus? You can be worrying all day long and doing long division in that dugout to make sure you have every scenario in place as to figure out what you need to advance, but all that matters at the end of the day is you have to win your 2 games, and then you can worry about that. So the Hardhats coming up against this Grand Rapids team, let's see what they've got.
If Post 22 would be able to win the pool title here, they would play at 8 a.m. Rapid City time tomorrow. So that's what we would look forward to if we win the pool today. But again, it's going to be a long road. We need a lot of help, but stranger things have happened as Post 22 gets set to play their first game today against Grand Rapids, Minnesota, a team that just lost a tough one in extra innings. Oakdale, Minnesota beat Grand Rapids by a score of 2-1. Tough loss for Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids' other games, the first day of the tournament, they beat East Grand Forks 5-0 and then lost to Eden Prairie 2-0. And yesterday they lost 2-0 to Papillion. So they're 1-3, but they have lost some very tough games. And as we look at the scores, the most runs that they have given up in any game so far has been 2 in the 4 games that they have played in our bracket. But they do have so far just the 1 win in 3 games, losing 2 of the games to Papillion and Eden Prairie by both 2-0 scores. So they played some competitive games.
And that's interesting for this Hardhats team to take in, because if you're this Grand Rapids club, you understand with those close scores that you are right there on the doorstep to getting a big win against some good competition in this pool. So they've got a lot going for them, even though the record doesn't show it. They're playing some solid baseball and they're battling. So Post 22 has to be ready for that.
Rapid City Expos won their game last night. They defeated the Rochester Redhawks by a score of 9-2 in their 3rd game of the tournament. They stand 1-2. They had dropped their first 2 games 3-0 on Friday to Middletown, New York, and then they lost 4-2 to Osseo, Minnesota yesterday afternoon before losing last night to the beating the Rochester Redhawks 9-2. The Expos have 2 games. They'll play at 4:15 Rapid City time this afternoon against Minneapolis Southwest. And then they will play at 7 o'clock tonight against the host Edina team over at Braemar Park in Edina. So good showing so far for the Expos. And they've lost a couple of tough ones and had a big win over the Rochester Redhawks.
That speaks well for this Post 22 organization, because obviously the Expos, the junior varsity team to this Hardhats club, they're seeing a lot of success, even though they have that 1-2 record in this Gopher Classic. They've played some tough competition as well, and they've played some tough games. So it speaks well. It speaks to the depth of this team, that a team of the Expos caliber, a great caliber team at that, can come out and see some success in this tournament against some good competition. So good on the Expos for getting the job done tonight. A 9-2 win last night over Rochester, and here's hoping they can squeak out a couple more today.
Well, the umpires have arrived. They're heading out towards home plate. The coaches will meet with them shortly, go over the ground rules, and we'll be set to start this game here in just a few minutes. So let's get the starting lineups from Mark Benetti.
Well, the Hardhats are going to bat in the top halves of our 7 innings in this first game. They will be the home side in the next game that the Hardhats, or rather, I stand corrected. You're switching around. I thought that they were listed as the away team for this first game, but that is not the case. So the Hardhats will bat in the bottom halves. So we'll take a look at Grand Rapids and their lineup starting off. Leading off for Grand Rapids is number 7, Alex Royala. He's playing at shortstop. Batting second is number 14, Ryan Barrett. He is patrolling left field. Batting third is number 9, Tanner Shepard. He's the backstopper and catcher. And in the cleanup positions, number 18, Jack Bowman. He's the starting pitcher that'll take on the Hardhats this morning. Batting fifth is number 10, John Baker. He's patrolling center field. Batting sixth is number 6, Mike Heitkamp. He's patrolling right field. Batting seventh is number 15, Brooks Bachman. He's playing out at second base. Batting eighth is number 2, Drew Sostrand. He's playing in the hot corner at third. Rounding out the batting order in the 9th spot is number 37, Evan Mischke. He's playing out at first base. We mentioned Jack Bowman, who's the cleanup hitter for Grand Rapids, is the starting pitcher for his side. He'll take on the Hardhats lineup as follows in the bottom halves of our 7 innings. Leading off is number 11, Walker Paz. He's playing out at second base. Batting second, number 13, Zach Solano. He's patrolling right field. Batting third is number 22, Cooper Bowman. He's out at the shortstop position. And in the cleanup spot in the batting order is number 23, Eric Petrie. He's the designated hitter this morning for Post 22. Batting fifth, number 28, Zach Sumption. He's patrolling left field. Batting sixth is number 31, Luke Ferdinand, defensively positioned at first. Batting seventh is number 14, Justin Kramer. He's in the hot corner at third. Batting eighth as the catcher today is number 17, Todd Stevens. Timmy Paris, with the load of games the Hardhats have had recently, is getting this morning off. And rounding out the batting order in the 9th spot for the Hardhats is number 12, Connor King, and he'll patrol center field. On the mound for Post 22 this morning is Zach Cholas, a gentleman who pitched his way into this rotation and into this lineup prior to the deadline for the American Legion for postseason rosters. And Cholas, the last time he went out was in that Firecracker tournament, and he had quite a solid showing in his last start. He comes in for his 5th start of the season and his 7th appearance with Post 22. He has a 3-0 record in 15 innings of work, 21 strikeouts to 11 walks, and a 3.27 ERA. And Tom, like I mentioned just moments ago, and you even made this point when he made his appearance in the Firecracker, is Zach Cholis essentially pitched his way into this lineup and onto that postseason roster. So credit number 29 for doing what it took to get into the lineup, and here's hoping he can keep providing some big starts for this post-22 club.
Well, I know that there was that run roster spot available, and boy, I know the coaches took a long time because Dylan Ritchie also pitched some great innings for the varsity up from the Expos too, and it was almost like flip a coin, who do you want? And I think the only reason maybe Zach may be there was that performance, but also he's a left-hander. And with Will Moore leaving the team, it was a need for Post 22 to have a left-hander available. You never know when you want that lefty-on-lefty matchup, and Post 22 has it in Zach Cholis. So let's see how Zach does today against this Grand Rapids team.
And Zach can get it done. You know, we made a talking point of it last night of 1, 2, 3 innings and pitchers being efficient in their starts. Well, again, not that big a sample size because Zach's only had 15 innings of work under his belts and soon to be now 5 starts. But he's had 7 innings in which he's recorded the first 2 gentlemen out, and 5 times he's come through with the 1, 2, 3 innings. So credit to his defense behind him for helping him get the job done. But even better for Zach to assert himself early and then finish with an exclamation point. So it's good on Zach that he's seen some success with this Hardhats club.
So, some final conversations between catcher Todd Stevens and pitcher Zach Cholis. Luke Ferdinand joins the conversation as we're set to go here from Round Lake Stadium, Eden Prairie, a southwest suburb of the Twin Cities, a very nice suburban area. We're staying over in Chanhassen, which is about a 7-8 minute drive at the famed Chanhassen Inn. We've had some issues with their fire alarms here the last few days. Alex Rahala, the shortstop, to lead off, and Zach Cholis' first pitch is right in there for a strike. So we're underway at 10:20 Rapid City time this morning, and our game time temperature here in Eden Prairie, 75 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. There's a foul off to the right by Rahala, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Ryan Barrett, the left fielder, will bat next. Outfield is straight away. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 on the low inside corner. Rahala can't believe it, and he is rung up by the home plate umpire to start the game.
He might have a point there, Tom, but it's irrelevant at this point. You know, on 0-2, you should be employing a protective swing, and clearly he didn't. So 1 up, 1 down. Here's Ryan Barrett.
Here's a bunt and a foul at the plate by Barrett. Right-handed batter, 1 strike. So Cholis gets a strikeout on the first hitter of the game. I think, to be honest with you, Rahala never even thought about defending the plate because he didn't think the pitch was even close to being a call to strike. It was down and in. That pitch is a ball low, and it's 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the first for Grand Rapids, and Cholis delivers. Fastball foul back, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Ryan Barrett early in this at-bat tried to get that bunt down like you were talking about. Tried twice, fouled off 1, pulled back on another, so he just decided to swing away on this.
And the pitch is swung on and missed. The ball dropped by Stevens. He'll have to throw down to first base, and he gets his second strikeout. 2 strikeouts for Zach Cholis to start the game, and it brings up Tanner Shepard, the catcher.
Well, this is very efficient for Zach. 2 up, 2 down with 2 Ks in the book, so good start for him, and that's exactly what we saw the last time that he got his start, with strikeouts very early.
Shepard, a left-handed batter against a left-hander Cholis, and takes a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Grand Rapids, in their 4 games in the Gophers, had trouble scoring runs. They've scored only 6 runs in their 4 games as the pitch comes in low for a ball, and it's 2-0 on Shepard. And the pitch. Line foul down the left field line. He had 1 hit in that opening game for Grand Rapids in their loss to Oakdale. He had a double to right. Stocky left-handed batter with a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Cholis delivers, And a strike, a letter high on the outside edge. And we may have a pitcher-friendly umpire in our game here this morning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch on the way. It swung on, chopped to third, fielded on the hop by Kramer, and he lobs it over to Ferdinand for the out. Good start for Jack Cholas. 1, 2, 3. With 2 strikeouts for Cholas in the top of the first inning. We go to the bottom of the first. Post 22 will come to bat. No score in the game, and you're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Want to remind the fans and all of our sponsors of Dining on the Diamond coming up on Tuesday night at Fitzgerald Stadium. That's always a big night. It's always a fun night. It will be from 5 until 7 p.m. And this is a free dinner to all of our season ticket holders and sponsors. Please come out to our free dinner and have your favorite Post 22 player serve your meal. That's Dining on the Diamond this coming Tuesday night from 5 to 7 at Fitzgerald Stadium. It's supposed to be warm in Rapid City today. It's supposed to be 101 back home today.
Actually, I heard Clark Kramer saying 103 at one point. It is.
Can you tell the difference?
I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Foul back by Walker Paz on the first pitch. Walker hitting .375, has 2 home runs and 28 RBIs. A left-handed batter against Jack Bowman, who delivers down low for a ball. It's 1-1. Walker, 2 home runs on the year, 28 RBIs. He has a team-leading 16 doubles on the year. And a strike on the outside corner.
Walker had a great doubleheader yesterday against Oakdale when she picked up 2 hits, knocked in a run, and then against Eden Prairie picked up another hit, scored.
And the pitch inside for a ball. It's 2-2 now on Paz. We're in the last half of the first inning. Zach Cholas had a 1-2-3 start. Pitch to Paz, and it's high for a ball. It's a full count, 3-2.
Yesterday, he ended up going 3 for 7 with the walk. He scored twice. So good on Walker to get the job done in 2 games of baseball yesterday.
And the payoff pitch. Swung on and popped up. Who's going to take it? The third baseman comes in behind the mound, and the third baseman, Sostrand, makes the catch for the out, 1 away.
Now batting, the right fielder, Zach Solano.
Here's Zach Solano hitting .372. Zach has a team-leading 8 home runs. Hit that 8th home run last night. Here he has 54 RBIs. Bowman's pitch. Strike on the outside corner at the knees. One strike on Solano, and here's the pitch. And it's down low for a ball. 1-1. Post 22 in their 3 games in the Gopher Classic so far. 16 runs scored. Pitch is down low for a ball. 2-1 now on Solano. Grand Rapids has had great pitching in this tournament. 4 games, allowing a total of 6 runs. Pitch is a ball, and it's 3-1 on Solano. So we've seen some great pitching from some teams in this pool, especially by Papillion. And the pitch. Solano bounces it foul down and back, and it's a full count. Post 22 allowing just 7 runs in their 3 games. Good pitching is something, for the most part, we haven't seen a lot of this season. There's a chopper to third, 2 hops fielded by Sostrand, and he'll throw to first base for the out. So Solano is down, 2 away. Zach really hustled down the line to make that close. Here's Cooper Bowman, the shortstop. Cooper hitting .401, 7 homers, 57 RBIs for the post 22 shortstop, leading the team in average and in RBIs. And he takes a breaking ball high and outside. Outfield playing Cooper straight away. Here's Bowman's pitch, and a strike. As a Bowman throws to a Bowman, it's 1-1.
No relation, by the way.
And the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and foul, back and out of play. So Jack Bowman jumps ahead of Cooper here at the count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Eric Petrie hoping for a chance on deck. 2 outs and nobody on. Last half of the first inning. Grand Rapids, Minnesota, post 22 scoreless. And a breaking ball misses outside. Cooper with a count of 2-2. And the pitch, swing and a miss for strike 3. Good inning for Jack Bowman. 3 up and 3 down, nothing across for the Hardhats. We've played 1 here from Eden Prairie. It's Grand Rapids nothing, Rapid City nothing. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Rapid City.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family, offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 125 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in Rapid City or shop campingworld.com today.
So we go to the top of the second, no score. And leading off for Grand Rapids, up in northern Minnesota, it will be Jack Bowman. The pitcher, John Baker, the center fielder, and Mike Heitkamp, the right fielder. Jack Bowman's a right-handed batter. Cholas with 2 strikeouts in the first inning. And the ground out, the left-hander's pitch. And he misses down low, 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch. And it's up and in. 2 balls and no strikes. And the pitch. Misses inside for ball 3. So Cholas behind Bowman leading off here in the top of the second. 3 balls and no strikes. Pitch on the way. It is a ball low. And Bowman has a 4-pitch walk to start the second.
Well, you talk about it all the time, that leadoff walks can come back to bite you. It gives the opposition an extra chance to score, and seeing how we're 0-0, that could lead to some trouble if the Hardhats aren't careful on defense.
John Baker up, the center fielder, right-handed batter. Cholas delivers. He squares to bunt and takes the pitch outside for ball 1. Ferdinand holding with Bowman at first base. Here's the pitch. Bunted into the mid of Stevens. It's a strike. Stevens throws down to first, but Bowman is back. We've seen some good bunts in this tournament, and we've seen some not so good bunts. So whoever can get the ball down. There's a bunt back towards the mound. This is a good bunt. Cholas picks it up, tosses to Ferdinand for the out. 1-3 on the sacrifice, moving Bowman to second. So Grand Rapids has a runner at second base, 1 out. Here's Mike Heitkamp up, the right fielder. Heitkamp is a right-handed hitter. No, he's a left-handed hitter. Cholas delivers. And a strike, a belt-high fastball on the inside corner. Here's the set by Cholas, the pitch. Swung on and missed. A foul tip. Strike 2, the count. So Heitkamp down on the count, 0-2. Bowman walks off the bag at second. The pitch on the way. Breaking ball high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Grand Rapids batting here in the top of the second with a runner at second and 1 out. No score in the game. The pitch on the way is swung on and missed for strike 3. Heitkamp strikes out. Third strikeout for Zach Cholas. Brooks Bachman coming up, the second baseman. Bachman's a right-handed hitter. Here's the set by Cholas. And the pitch on the way. Low and outside for ball 1. Cholas delivers. Check swing. And the pitch is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Drew Sostrand up, the third baseman, next. Count is 2 strikes. 2 balls, I should say, and no strikes. And the pitch. Strike on the low outside corner. 2-1 on Bachman. Post 22 the last couple of games, they employed a shift a little bit in the outfield in that Papillion game. They haven't done much of that since. As a strike is delivered on the outside corner again by Cholas, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs for Grand Rapids. They have a runner at second. Back Cholas from the set. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground left of third base. Over goes Kramer to field at the throw to Ferdinand for the out. What range for Justin Kramer at third base as he roams far to his left to get to that ball. And then make the strong, accurate throw to first to retire Bachman. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left. We go to the bottom of the second. Grand Rapids nothing. The Hardhats nothing. And you're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Couple of good innings for Zach Cholas to get post 22 off in this first game of our doubleheader today. And now Eric Petrie will lead off against Jack Bowman, who also had an excellent first inning for Grand Rapids. He had an infield pop out, a ground out, and a strikeout. So here's Petrie hitting .367, 6 home runs and 35 RBIs. Here's Jack Bowman's pitch. And it's a strike on the outside corner. Eric has 7 doubles, a couple of triples to go along with those 6 home runs. And the pitch. Low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yesterday in the doubleheader, Eric went 1 for 4 and was assessed 2 walks. He came around to score once.
Here's the pitch, and it's low and away. 2-1 now on Petrie. Zach Sumption on deck. Luke Ferdinand to follow. Justin Kramer would hit if anybody can get on base. The 2-1 pitch. Strike over the inside corner, and it's 2-2. Play Petrie straight away. Breaking ball just outside, and it's a full count to Eric now at 3-2. 3-2 pitch. Low and away, and Petrie draws a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the second.
Third time he's been assessed a free pass in the last 3 games that he's played. Again, the doubleheader yesterday, he walked twice. So good for him to get on base to start off this bottom half of the second.
Zach Sumption hitting .392. Right-handed batter takes a fastball over for a strike. Zach's hit 3 home runs on the season. He's knocked in 33 runs. Petrie leads from first. Mischke holding with him, and the throw goes over there, and Eric is back.
Zach had probably the hit of the ball game yesterday against Eden Prairie with the bases loaded at the top of the third and nailed a 2-run RBI single.
And a fastball good at the knees for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes to Sumption.
And it really helped open up the game, and it was good to see with men in scoring position that he could come through, because the last couple of times he had that leading up to that at-bat, he kind of faltered a bit, particularly with the bases loaded.
Petrie back to the bag as Bowman throws over there again. No score here in the bottom of the second. Post 22 is the leadoff man on, and the fastball misses outside to Sumption, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the runner going. The pitch is swung on, a high fly ball into left field. It's carrying deep. Back goes Barrett. He's at the fence, and he makes the catch. Right in front of the left field fence. A long fly ball off the bat of Sumption for the first out here in the second. And it brings up Luke Ferdinand.
What a great defensive play that was by Barrett. He had to get on his horse and get over there. That ball had some carry to it as well. Got on Zach to make some good contact. Unfortunately, didn't get rewarded for it.
Luke Ferdinand hitting .318. Left-handed batting post 22 first baseman. No home runs, 20 RBIs. He has 8 doubles on the year. And he lifts a high fly ball down the left field line. Giving chase is Sostrand, the third baseman, but it's out of play. And the count is 1 strike on Luke.
Luke yesterday against Eden Prairie went 0 for 3. 3 flyouts to center field. He hit the ball well, just didn't get rewarded. And he was also hit by a pitch.
Grand Rapids is a similar team to a couple of others. The runner goes, the pitch is a ball, the throw to second, and safe with a head-first slide is Petrie. So Petrie steals second base. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ferdinand.
For Eric, that's his 8th steal of the season. He's only been caught once, so 8 for 9. That's a heck of a steal percentage.
Here's the pitch. And it misses inside. A breaking ball, and it's 2-1 on Luke Ferdinand. Luke, a left-handed batter, but they play him straight away. The right fielder is a couple of steps towards the foul line. And a ball outside, and the count goes to 3-1. Justin Kramer is on deck. 1 out, Petrie at second. Here's the pitch. And he misses outside with a fastball.
Third baseman, Justin.
That's the second walk of the inning here for Bowman on the mound. So it's first and second. And Justin Kramer, who's just played some spectacular baseball recently, is coming up.
Kramer hitting .367, has 3 home runs, 31 RBIs. Kramer has 11 doubles. Here's the set. The pitch on the way, and a fastball strike. First baseman Mishke playing behind the runner. At first base, Ferdinand. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's a strike. An off-speed pitch in, and it's 0-2 on Kramer. The Bowman jumping ahead of the post-22 third baseman with 2 on and 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lined out into center field for a base hit. Getting to the ball is Baker. Coming home is Petrie, and he will score. And it's 1-0 post-22. So Justin Kramer delivers an RBI single on a 2-strike pitch. Petrie crossing the plate. Ferdinand holds at second. And it's 1-0 for the Hardhats as they collect their first hit of the game. And it's an RBI single from Kramer. Here's Todd Stevens.
Great hit from Justin Kramer. Ball was left right over there for him to just absolutely smack the cover off of. And got a great base hit up the middle. Petrie had good wheels from second. 1-0. Good start.
Stevens bunts the ball up the third baseline and rolls off foul. 1 strike. Todd hasn't had a lot of at-bats this season, but he's hitting .406 on the season. He has 13 hits, 32 at-bats, 5 doubles, a home run, and 13 RBIs for Todd Stevens.
Well, that just goes to show you what I was talking about with Coach Messer earlier. You put Todd in the lineup, and something happens. Every time he makes something happen.
Breaking ball just misses, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And that's good to have a dependable option like that for when you give Timmy the day off or for whenever you need somebody to come up and deliver a big hit for you.
And the pitch. Another breaking ball misses down low, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Ferdinand at second. Kramer at first. 1 out. A run in here in the last half of the second. The Hardhats lead Grand Rapids 1-0. 2 balls and a strike on Todd Stevens. Bowman's pitch on the way is a fastball over for a strike. Now it's 2-2.
Todd has a .357 batting average with runners in scoring position. And he's got Luke Ferdinand standing on second right there. So you know Todd can deliver the hit and knock in a couple runs.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, drilled down the left field line, but foul. And the count runs along at 2-2. Leading from second, Ferdinand, and Kramer off at first. Bowman's pitch to Stevens. Check swing, a foul off to the right. Pitch was up, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Connor King will hit next for post 22. Hoping to hit next. Here's the set by Bowman. The pitch on the way. And a breaking ball outside. He's been trying to nibble at an outside corner a lot. Hasn't had a lot of success, and it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count on Stevens.
Not a bad 2-2 pitch considering that it broke low and away, so you can try and get Stevens to fish.
And he misses high and inside as it brushed the helmet. That'll load the bases. Stevens hit by a pitch. The bases are loaded for Connor King.
Now to bat, the center fielder, Connor King.
King hitting .265. Connor with 2 home runs and 28 RBIs on the year. Left-handed batter.
Connor has 3 hits on the tournament. 2 of them have knocked in runs, and he's also laid down 2 sacrifice bunts. So he's had a productive Gopher Classic so far.
The base is loaded with 1 out the pitch. And it's a ball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. And the pitch. And that's a strike on the low outside corner, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at every base. Ferdinand at third, Kramer at second. Here's the pitch, a ground ball foul outside of first. Stevens just was hit by a pitch on that 3-2 offering. 1-2 now on Connor King. Big moment here early in this game. Here's the set by Bowman. The pitch on the way. Breaking ball is lined. Foul outside of first. Connor just a shade ahead of that pitch, and the count runs along at a ball and 2 strikes.
Connor with runners in scoring positions hitting .368. This is another guy late in the batting order that can really deliver for you when you've got men in striking distance of home. So good on Connor to get that average up, and he's hitting well, just fouling him off by a hair.
He swings and hits a high fly ball in the shallow left. The shortstop running out, and it's Rahala making the catch. Nice play by the Grand Rapids shortstop running out into shallow left field over towards the foul line to make the catch. So that's a big second out, and here's Walker Paz. 1-0. Post 22 has scored once here in the second. Walker popped to third in the first inning. So the runners take their lead again with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on, hit the third at the edge of the grass. Sostrand is throw to first for the out. Walker just hit a slow roll to the third and is retired third to first. So Post 22 really had a glorious opportunity to have a big inning. They do add a run on 1 hit. No errors and 3 men left on base. So we've completed 2 here at Eden Prairie. Post 22 1, Grand Rapids, Minnesota nothing. From the Anytime Auto Sales press box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio Rapid City.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
Zach Cholas comes out here in the third inning with a 1-0 lead now. Zach has walked 1 in the first 2 innings. He has 3 strikeouts, allowed no hits. He'll face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Grand Rapids here in the top of the third inning. This is the first of 2 games here today on Hardhats-TV and ESPN Radio Rapid City. Our second game will have the Hardhats against East Grand Forks, Minnesota. Drew Sostrand, the third baseman, number 8 hitter, coming to the plate. Right-handed batter. So let's see how Zach handles this third inning. Here's the windup by Cholas, the pitch, and a fastball misses outside. And the 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Cholas had a 1-2-3 first inning. He walked Bowman to start the second. Recovered nicely with a couple of ground outs and a strikeout. Now he's behind 2-0 here to Sostrand. And he misses inside, and the count goes to 3-0. Now they have ruled that the batter was hit by a pitch.
That's what I originally thought had happened. And then Sostrand didn't make a move to first, and I thought, well, did it just clip his bat? Well, what was going on? And then before you know it, he starts to take his trot. So Sostrand hit by the pitch.
Motion anything.
Right.
Stood there like a log.
Being awfully generous.
So here's Mischke, the first baseman. He's around the bunt and takes the pitch up high. Stevens throws to first again. Sostrand is back. A couple of times Todd's tried to keep that runner close at first base.
It was a good scoop by Ferdinand at first, though, because the throw was low and it almost went right into the body of Sostrand. So good on Ferdinand to get a nice recovery there to avoid allowing the base runner to just freely pass the scoring position.
Here's the set by Cholas. He'll throw to first. He's got the runner picked off. Ferdinand running him towards second, and now Bowman puts the tag on. 1-3-6 on the pickoff of the runner at first base, Sostrand.
Good awareness by Zach Cholas. It was a good move. Wasn't anything super fancy, but it was just, a normal pickoff to first. That was a very bad base running error on Sostrand's part. You're in a 1-0 game. You're trying to tie it up. You're the tying run, and just a gaff on the base path.
And a good pitch there by Cholas on the low outside corner to Mischke. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch. High and back to the screen. 2-1 the count.
But good patience from Ferdinand to wait to make the right throw to Bowman so that Bowman could apply the tag later. So it's a good defensive play overall, like you said, 1-3-6.
There's a foul out of play off to the left, and the count is 2-2 on Mischke. Alex Rahala, the shortstop, and the top of the order on deck. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Really got the ball up and in on Mischke. He had a weak swing at the pitch, and that's the 4th strikeout for Zach Cholas. 2 down. It brings up the shortstop, Alex Rahala, who was called out on strikes in the first inning. And the pitch, swung on, dribbled towards second. Here comes Paz in the grass to field it. A quick throw to first for the out. Nice play by Walker Paz. Took his time, made the play. And Cholas, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. 3 shutout innings and 3 hitless innings for Zach Cholas as we head to the last half of the third. The Hardhats lead Grand Rapids, Minnesota 1-0. Here from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRAS IPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota 57701.
1-0 is the score as Post 22 heads to the third inning here. And we'll have Zach Solano, Cooper Bowman, and Eric Petrie up.
Cooper Bowman's had an unfortunate Gopher Classic, hasn't been able to really hit the ball well, and something to think of, too. I talked with him about that yesterday. We were just talking, and I said, what are you thinking of this next game against Eden Prairie? And he's like, I'm just looking to put my barrel on the ball. And he said it's odd because the batter's eye in center field's a little lower, so it's hard to determine where the ball is in the pitcher's hand. And so I said, oh, how do you adjust to that? He said, honestly, we got to ask the pitchers to throw a little lower in their windup.
Fastball letter high to Zach Solano for strike one. Zach grounded out to third, his first at bat. Jack Bowman really worked out of a tough jam last inning, allowing just the one run as he delivers in the dirt. Post 22 had a run in, had the bases loaded and one out. That's all they ended up with. Solano with a count of 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch on the way and a breaking ball outside. 2-1 on Solano. Bowman's pitch on the way. Hard ground ball into left field, a base hit through the hole between the third baseman and shortstop. Solano with a leadoff hit number 2 for Rapid City. Brings up Cooper Bowman, who struck out swinging in the first inning. Solano leads from first. Mischke holding with him. A pitch on the way, and it's in there for a strike. Oh, and 1 the count on Bowman. Throw going to first base, driving Solano back.
Hard to believe that's only Zach's second hit of the tournament, but he has reached on a lot of fielder's choices. He's reached on a lot of errors as well. So he's getting on base, and he's coming around to score too. So do it any way you can.
There he goes. The pitch, a breaking ball outside. They won't even throw to second base. So Solano is now at second. Bowman waits for Bowman's pitch on the way. He bluffs a bunt, takes the pitch at the knees for a strike. 1 and 2 on Cooper Bowman.
I like what you did there. Bowman waits for Bowman's pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Here's the set by the Grand Rapids right-hander. His pitch, a breaking ball hit right up the middle. Second baseman behind the bag fields it, and Bachman's throw to first base is good for the out. On to third goes Solano. Mound kind of slowed that ball up, allowing Bachman to get to it behind second, just to the right of the bag, and make a good throw to first and just nipped Cooper. So post 22 has a runner at third, 1 out. Here's Eric Petrie, who walked and scored in the second. Grand Rapids is going to bring the shortstop up to within a foot of the grass or two at shortstop, as is the second baseman. And the pitch is outside for ball 1.
Infield's on the corners as well, so everybody on the infield's in, trying to keep this a 1-run affair.
Here's the pitch, and it's a breaking ball low. And it's 2-0 on Petrie. 1 out. Solano leads from third. The pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Pitch down, and it's 2-1 on Petrie. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And it's a little bit low, and the count goes to 3-1.
Eric thought about that one, but good patience. That one was way too low. It would have been a Vladimir Guerrero-esque hit if he had tried to make contact.
Zach Sumption on deck. The pitch on the way. A let-up is high, and he walks Petrie. Bowman really took the speed off that pitch, but left it very high. And their runners at first and third, and Zach Sumption coming up. Zach flied to left. His first at bat. Barrett, the left fielder, made that catch right at the left field fence. Infield will back up now for Grand Rapids with post 22 having runners at the corners and the throw going to first base. Here's the set, and the runner first goes. The pitch is a ball outside, no throw again. And Petrie reaches second base. Post 22 really taking advantage of the Grand Rapids catcher and pitcher. Pitch was a ball. Here's the pitch to Sumption, and it's outside, and the count is 2-0.
Well, if they're not even going to throw to second, then take it all day long. If they're not going to make an attempt, and granted, it's tough to win that situation with Solano standing on third, but if they're going to give it to you, just go for it.
Infield in again now with runners at second and third, and there's a ball outside, and the count goes to 3-0. Ferdinand is waiting on deck. First base open here. The 3-0 to Assumption is a strike, and it's 3-1.
Assumption's last at-bat was a very well-hit ball to left. It was just caught, though, by Bartlett right at the fence.
Here's the pitch on the way. Swung on and lifted foul off to the right. A full count on Assumption. Bowman's pitch. Swing and a foul. And the count runs along at 3-2. Umpire caught that foul tip. Runner at third base is Solano. Petrie's the runner at second. Here's the pitch on the way. Breaking ball hit up to the shortstop. He's got it. He's coming home, and the throw is in time. They got the runner out at the plate, Solano, and the catcher is hurt. Solano sliding in is ruled out at the plate, but catcher Shepard has been injured for Grand Rapids. Fielder's choice goes 4-2. Petrie goes to third. And the catcher Shepard injured.
There was a big collision there between Solano and Shepard, and it looked like he may have twisted his ankle in the ensuing sequence down there at home. That was a tough break. It was a good defensive stand, though, by Shepard at the plate. Now they're going to see if he can put some weight on that ankle. If not, they're going to have to make a change because obviously he's going to be crouched down. It's going to put a lot of stress on that ankle. So they're assessing him now to see if he can keep weight on it. He looks good for right now, at least. But it looks like he's going to stay in, I guess. But he's still favoring it. You can tell he's still favoring that side.
Well, it looks like Shepard is going to stay in the game. It's a tough kid. He made a great play to hold on to the ball when Solano kind of slid in and collided with him a bit. Wasn't a vicious collision by any means. Luke Ferdinand walked in the second inning. So post 22 now with runners at the corners and 2 out. Probably have Sumption off and running here with the catcher just being shaken up. Here's the pitch. There he goes. The pitch is high. The throw goes back to the mound. So Sumption makes second. You could see that coming from about, Rapid City. The Hardhats would send Sumption.
Tom's a natural Madame Cleo, for those that don't know, in his spare time.
Here's the pitch, and Ferdinand hits the roller towards third. Fielded by Sostrand. He guns it to first for the out. And post 22 leaves some more men on base. No runs in this inning. They had 1 hit. No errors and 2 men left. Hardhats have stranded 5 in the last 2 innings now as we head to the 4th inning. Grand Rapids will come to bat. Post 22-1. Grand Rapids, Minnesota, nothing. You're listening to Post 22 Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 57701.
Well, the Hardhats take back to their respective defensive positions as we start off the top half of the 4th. 3 innings have been played. Post 22 with a narrow 1-0 lead. And as Tom mentioned prior to the break, the last 2 innings, Post 22 has left 5 men on the base path, and 4 of them have been in scoring position. So the Hardhats leaving 4 potential runs on the bases. But nonetheless, they're getting some great pitching from Zach Jolis, who's about to work his 4th inning in this start. Jolis has struck out 4. He's only walked 1, and he's hit 1. And he'll take on 2, 3, and 4 in the Grand Rapids order. And Ryan Barrett, the left fielder, Tanner Shepard, the catcher, and Jack Bowman, the starting pitcher. Numbers across the board through 3 innings. For Post 22, it's a run on 2 hits, no errors defensively. And for Grand Rapids, no runs, no hits, and no errors on defense. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you for all the action here at the Gopher Classic. Game 4 out of 5 in pool play for Post 22. They have a 2-1 record coming up in this matchup against Grand Rapids. First pitch from Zach Jolis to Ryan Barrett, the left fielder. This is low for ball 1. Barrett was the second of 4 Jolis strikeouts in this start, and is 1-0. Swung on, ball's hit to short. Bowman's there, bobbles the ball. His throw to first, not in time. Unfortunate start to the inning for Post 22 defensively. That'll be an E6 charge to Bowman to start off the top half of the 4th. So the leadoff man is on by virtue of an error, and that'll bring up the left-handed catcher, Tanner Shepard. Shepard 0 for 1, a ground out to third. Good to see that his ankle's all right. He was collided into at home by Zach Solano, and he looks at a first pitch strike. 0-1 the count. Jack Bowman, the pitcher, to follow. He walked. Time's called just as Jolis gets into his step. And that draws some ire from our Post 22 faithful crowd. No balls and a strike to count here to Shepard. And on first, no one out on the top of the 4th. Hardhats looking to keep their 1-0 lead intact. And the next pitch is outside, 1-1. Ball and a strike to count here to Shepard. Barrett takes his lead off at first. And the 1-1. Misses low, 2 balls and a strike. Barrett not the biggest lead off at first. 2-1 from Jolis. Misses outside. 3-1 to Tanner Shepard, the catcher. Lefty on lefty matchup for the left-handed Jolis against the left-handed hitting Shepard. And it's 3-1. Swung on. Ball's hit to short. Bowman gets it on the hop to second for 1, to first for 2. Got it. 6-4-3. Double play in the book. 2 down. Good for Bowman to recover after the error to start off the inning. That'll bring up Jack Bowman, the starting pitcher. 6-4-3. That is how you turn it. And Bowman, who walked in his first appearance, now has the bases empty and 2 outs. And his first pitch from Jolis, swung on, ball is hit into right field for a base hit, right in the gap between Ferdinand and Paz, right side. And Solano comes in to field it. So on the first pitch he sees, it's a 2-out single for Bowman, the first hit that Jolis has surrendered. And that'll bring up John Baker, the center fielder. Baker dropped a sacrifice bunt the last time he was up. That obviously will not be the case this time. Cholas, another man on first to worry about with 2 outs, and his first pitch to Baker misses low and inside for ball 1. If Baker's the last out, the Hardhats will start with 7, 8, and 9 in the bottom half of the 4th. Justin Kramer, the third baseman, will lead off. Here's the 1-0 from Cholas. Rides upstairs. Stevens fakes a throw to first and will instead hand it back off to Cholas. 2-0 now to Baker, the center fielder. And on first and 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. The Hardhats looking to maintain their 1-0 lead. From the stretch, it's 2-0 from Cholas. Called, strike at his belt. Nice fastball from Cholas to Baker, 2-1. Two balls and a strike. And Cholas deals. Outside, 3-1. Mike Heitkamp, the left-handed hitting right fielder, is on deck. Should Baker keep the inning going with 2 outs? Here's the 3-1 from Cholas. Called, strike at his knees. Another good fastball, and the count pushes full. And this is the first payoff pitch Cholas has had to throw all morning/afternoon. We did start at 11:20 in the morning, so it's right in that middle ground. Payoff pitch. Swung on. Ball's hit high in the air. Right center field. Solano comes in, and he'll give way to Connor King, who will end up making the catch. So an F8 in the scorebook ends the top half of the 4th. No runs on a hit. 1 error charged to post 22, and a man left on the base path. We've officially completed half of regulation. 3.5 out of 7 innings in the books. Post 22 has preserved their 1-0 lead over Grand Rapids in their 4th game of pool play here at the Gopher Classic. Justin Kramer leads off the bottom half of the 4th. We'll be back with his at-bat and more here from the Anytime Auto Sales Grandstand here on ESPN Radio Rapid City, the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball.
Trusted Choice Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted Choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1949.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots! He scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
Justin Kramer is going to lead off the bottom half of the 4th as Post 22 transitions from defense to offense. Kramer, the third baseman, followed by Todd Stevens, the catcher, and Connor King, the center fielder. 1-0 Post 22, and Bowman's still back on the mound for Grand Rapids and deals the first pitch ball to Kramer. Kramer with a ribby single in his first at-bat. That was in the bottom half of the 2nd. And his 1-0 is swung on and lined off the glove of the third baseman, Solstrand, and into left. A very well-hit ball for Justin Kramer. And so he's on first, the leadoff single, and that'll bring us to Todd Stevens.
Now batting, catcher Todd Stevens.
Todd Stevens, the catcher, hit by a pitch in his first appearance in the batter's box. He has the leadoff man aboard to work with. Kramer on first, no one out here in the bottom of the 4th. The Hardhats with a 1-0 lead, looking to blow it open. And first pitch, Kramer goes. And the throw to second, not there. Just out of the glove of the shortstop, Rayala. So Kramer with a stolen base, as the first pitch to Stevens was a called strike. So no balls and a strike to the Hardhats backstopper, and now he has a man in scoring position to work with. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th. And Bowman deals his 0-1. Low and away, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike.
As our viewers can see on Hardhat-TV, the sun is peeking through, making an appearance here in Eden Prairie today. Cloudy skies most of the morning.
1-1 from Bowman. Misses just low. 2-1 now to Stevens. I was just below his knees. So 2 balls and a strike with Connor King on deck and the leadoff man Justin Kramer on second. 2-1. Swung on. Ball's hit to the left side of the infield and through and a left for a base hit. Kramer's going to hold at third. Todd Stevens on the throw is going to go for second, and it is not in time. So Stevens gets a single. He'll advance to second on the throw. And it's 2 men in scoring position. Good heads-up base running by Stevens, and that'll bring up Connor King.
Now batting center fielder, Connor King.
So Connor King, who can definitely knock in base runners in scoring position, has 2 of them to work with. Stevens on second, and Kramer the most immediate threat on the base path, 90 feet to his left. King 0 for 1. He popped out to short the last time he was up. At his first pitch, swung on, and it's hit high in the air and foul, third base side, and it goes out of play. 0-1 to King, the center fielder. Men on second and third with no one out here in the bottom of the fourth, and another glorious opportunity for Post 22 to try and knock in some runs. They've stranded 5 on the base path in their last 2 innings, and 4 of them have been in scoring position. Here's the 0-1 to King. Swung on. Ball's hit into right field by the second baseman, Bachman, for a base hit. 2 runs are going to come in. Stevens and Kramer both a 2-run RBI single for Connor King and the Hardhats. Now have a 3-0 lead with a man on first and no one out here in the bottom of the fourth. So Connor King with another RBI hit in this Gopher Classic. And now we go back to the top of the order to Walker Paz with a man on first and no one out.
You know, Grand Rapids was almost forced to bring that infield in with as few runs as they've been able to score in this tournament. That ball would have been an out easily if the infield would have been back. But they've only scored 6 runs in their previous 4 games.
First pitch to Paz is a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Paz in the ball game 0 for 2. Both of his placed to third. A pop out to Sostrand and a ground out to Sostrand. King goes. Next pitch. Misses outside, and the throw to second is not in time. So Connor King with a stolen base. So 2 balls, no strikes to count to Walker Paz. And he has a man in scoring position to work with now. No one out here in the bottom of the fourth. The Hardhats have plated 2. And the 2-0 to Paz. Way outside, ball 3. 3-0 the count. Solano on deck, 1 for 2. He singled the last time he was up. 3 balls, no strikes to count to the Hardhat second baseman. And Bowman delivers with King going, and the ball skips away for ball 4. So King takes third on the ball that skips away from Shepard. So it's a walk to Paz. And King advances 90 feet, so it's men on the corners with no one out. Solano's up. Great base running from Post 22 in this game.
Well, they don't have exactly a strong catching core, and the pitchers don't do much to help the catcher out, so that's a bad combination.
Hardhats still taking advantage, though. Shepard, the catcher, gave some signals to his infield defense. It's men on the corners now for Zach Solano, and a throw to first to keep Paz tethered to the bag is not there in time. Solano again 1 for 2. He singled the last time he was up. First pitch from Bowman. Paz goes, or thought about it at least. He stopped halfway and he goes back. 1-0 to Solano. Men on the corners for Solano. No one out in the bottom of the fourth. Paz goes. And the throw to second isn't there. The throw to third is airmailed. And Connor King is going to come home. Walker Paz will take third. The pitcher with a smart thought at least faked the throw to second to see if King would bite off a third. As he threw to third, he airmailed it over Solstrand's head. So it's an E1. That'll allow Connor King to score. And allow Walker Paz to take 2 bases. So now Paz is on third. We're still waiting on that 1-0 pitch to Zach Solano. First error of the ball game for Grand Rapids. And it's 4-0 post 22. Here's a 1-0. Swung on. Ball's hit to short. Stop is made on the play by Reala, and his throw to first is in time, but it will score Walker Paz. So an RBI 6-3 ground out for Solano. That's the first out of the inning. It scores Paz, and that'll bring us to Cooper Bowman with the base path empty and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. The Hardhats have blown this one open, a 4 spot currently here in the bottom of the 4th, and it's 5-0. First pitch to Bowman. Misses low. 4-1. Bowman's 0 for 2. A strikeout and ground out to second. Looking for his first hit of this ballgame. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. No one on the bases. And his 1-0 rides inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Eric Petrie, the DH, is on deck. He's walked twice and came around to score once. Stranded on third the other time. 2-0, called strike at the knees of Bowman. And the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 now from Bowman to Bowman. And that next pitch is low for ball 3. Jack Bowman still on the mound for Grand Rapids, throwing to Cooper Bowman. And the 3-1. Low and away, ball 4. So Cooper Bowman draws a 1-out walk. That is the 3rd walk of the inning. 2nd walk of the inning for Bowman on the mound. So 1 out and a man on first. Eric Petrie, the DH, is up. He's walked twice. And his first pitch buzzes the tower high and inside for ball 1. Four walks now for Bowman in this start and 1 hit batsman, so 5 free base runners. Check to first, not there in time, and Bowman's back. Here's the 1-0 to Petrie. Swung on, ball's hit high in the air. To right, shallow right. And the second baseman underneath it to make the catch, that's Bachman. So a pop 4 will retire Petrie. 2 down with a man on first, and Zach Sumption's up. Sumption hit into a 6-2 force with the bases loaded. With 2 men at scoring position, second and third. And he flew out to left in his first at-bat. The catch was made by Barrett all the way at the fence. It was a well-hit ball. He has 2 outs and Bowman on first. And his first pitch is swung on, and it's lined into left. It's going to drop for a base hit. Bowman's going to try and take third, and the throw is not there. Sumption to second on the throw. So Sumption with a single. He'll advance to second on the throw. Sumption with his first hit of the ball game and some good heads-up base running by Bowman. It's 2 men in scoring position. And Luke Ferdinand is the 9th gentleman to come up in this inning for post 22. So the Hardhats have hit through the lineup. A 2-out single for Sumption. He'll advance to second on the throw to third. Ferdinand 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out to third. And his first pitch, called strike in the inside corner at his knees. 0-1 to the Hardhats first baseman. And the 0-1 from Bowman. Curveball swung on it. It's hit to second. Stops made on the play by Bachman. His throw to first is in time. And that'll do it. So the Hardhats bring up 9. And they're able to plate 4 runs in this inning. 4 runs on the power of 4 hits. There was 1 error charged to Grand Rapids. And 2 men left on the base path in scoring position. We have played 4 full frames of baseball, and post 22 has jumped ahead even further. It's now 5-0 as we head into the top of the 5th. Zach Jolis will take on 6, 7, and 8 in the Grand Rapids order. We'll be back with those at-bats and more. You're on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
4 innings have been played in Game 4 out of 5 pool matchups for Post 22 in the 2017 Gopher Classic. Hardhats looking to extend their record to 3-1 in those 4 games. And they're in the driver's seat right now with a 5-0 advantage after 4 runs on 4 hits in the bottom half of the 4th. Numbers across the board through 4 innings of play. For Grand Rapids, it's no runs on a hit with 1 error on defense. And on the other side for Post 22, it's 5 runs on 6 hits, also with an error on defense. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you with all the action here at the Gopher Classic on ESPN Radio Rapid City and on Hardhats-TV. Zach Cholos will take on 6, 7, and 8 in the Grand Rapids batting order and work his 5th inning of his start. And he starts off with Mike Heitkamp, a left-handed hitting right fielder. First pitch from Cholos. Misses upstairs for ball 1. Heitkamp 0 for 1. He struck out the 3rd of 4 Cholos Ks in the scorebook. His 1-0 misses outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Cholos will go full windup here on the leadoff batter and the 2-0. Called strike at the belt of Heitkamp. He thought about swinging. It was a strike regardless. 2-1. Brooks Bachman, the second baseman, on deck. Drew Sostrand, the third baseman, in the hole. Here's the 2-1. Swung on it. It's fouled off by Heitkamp. And the count evens up at 2-2, and Cholos is a pitch away from his 5th K. Two balls, 2 strikes. From Cholos to Heitkamp. Lefty on lefty matchup. And the 2-2 is high on a breaking pitch, and the count runs full. Just the second payoff pitch that Cholos has had to throw. And 3-2 is high for ball 4. So it's a leadoff walk issued by Cholos. Heitkamp takes his spot on first, and that'll bring up Brooks Bachman, the second baseman. So only 2 walks for Cholos in the start, plus a hit batsman. So 4 strikeouts to 3 free base runners. Bachman's 0 for 1, a ground out to third. First pitch. Misses high. Ball 1. One ball, no strikes the count from Cholos to Bachman, the second baseman for Grand Rapids. And the 1-0. A little too far inside. 2 balls, no strikes. We're in the top of the 5th. A man on first and no one out here for Grand Rapids. They trail the Hardhats 5-0. Here's the 2-0. Called strike outside corner. And it's 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Cholos checks the man on first, and he deals to Bachman. Called strike at his knees outside corner. Cholos has battled back. It's 2-2. Cholos again, 1 pitch away from his 5th strikeout. Checks on Heitkamp at first. 2-2. Swung on, and the ball's fouled. Over our head and out of the stadium, and the count will hold even at 2-2. Just 1 hit on the ball game here for Grand Rapids. Questioning why there's 2 on the scoreboard. 2-2 from Cholos. Just low and away. And the count holds full at 3-2. Sostrand, the third baseman, on deck. He was hit by a pitch. And Cholos will check to first, but it's not there in time. So another payoff pitch. That's 3 batters in a row. Cholos has had to deal with a 3-2 pitch. And he deals up high for ball 4. So it's back-to-back walks for Cholas to start off the top half of the fifth. First and second, no one out, and it'll bring up Sostrand, who again was hit by a pitch. And now Coach Messer and company will have a conference on the mound. Numbers across the board through 4, soon to be 5 innings of play. As we're here in the top of the fifth. For the Hardhats, it's 5 runs on 6 hits with 1 error. And it's no runs on a hit with 1 error for Grand Rapids.
You know, as I look at these teams that we've seen so far in the pool, Mark, it looks like you look at Papillion, they're 4-0, but they are not a real strong hitting ball club. They have some great pitching. And you look at this Grand Rapids team, and although they've given up 5 runs in this game, they don't look very good offensively, but pretty good pitching. You look at Eden Prairie. They are a team that's kind of in the middle. They have a little bit of pitching, a little bit of hitting. Post 22 to me looks like the best all-around team. But in a quick 5 pool play game tournament, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win.
First pitch to Sostrand, the third baseman, is high and away for ball 1. Sostrand again was hit by a pitch, and then he was caught in a pickle, 1-3-6. Here's the 1-0. Called strike on a fastball. Outside corner, it's 1-1 to Sostrand. Evan Mischke, the left-handed hitting first baseman's on deck. It's men on first and second here for Sostrand. No one out in the top of the fifth. Hardhats with a 5-0 lead, looking to keep it that way. 1-1, called strike inside corner. And it's 1-2 to Sostrand. Man on first is Brooks Bachman. He walked. The man on second, Mike Heitkamp, he also walked to reach. 1-2 from Cholas. Swung on, and that ball is lined just foul. Third base side, and the count will hold at a ball and 2 strikes to Sostrand.
Our second game will have East Grand Forks, Minnesota, in post 22. That game will start about 1 o'clock Rapid City time.
Here's the 1-2 from Cholas again. Swung on, and it's fouled to the backstop. And the count will once again hold at 1-2. Lather, rinse, repeat. Third 1-2 pitch coming up. Drew Sostrand, the batter. Again, he was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. And his 1-2. Swung on, and the ball's lined into left field, and that'll drop for a base hit. Coming around, but holding at third, is Heitkamp. Assumption able to field it relatively quickly, threw it into his cutoff man. So it's a single for Sostrand, and after back-to-back walks, that will load the bases. So Cholas in his first jam of this start. And Evan Mischke, the left-handed hitting first baseman, comes up. Hardhats have a 5-0 lead. They're looking to keep it that way, but they are in quite a jam right now with the bases loaded and no one out here in the top of the fifth. Just the second hit of the ball game for Grand Rapids. First pitch. Called strike at the knees of Mischke. 0-1. Mischke was the most recent strikeout of Cholas. That is number 4 out of 4. No balls on the strike is starting count. And the 0-1 from Cholas. Swung on and missed. Good movement from Cholas on that off-speed pitch. 0-2 to Mischke. Mischke has every base occupied. Sostrand on first with his single. Bachman on second with a walk. Heitkamp on third with the walk. 0-2 from Cholas. Just missed low. And the count will go to a ball and 2 strikes. Top of the order, Alex Royala, the shortstop, on deck. He's 0 for 2. 1-2 from Cholas. Swung on, and the ball is hit to second. Paz charges in, and he'll get the easy out at first. So a run will score on the 4-3 fielder's choice. So a 4-3 RBI. Fielder's choice for Mischke. 1 down. Then on second and third, and the Hardhats lead is now 5-1 with 1 out and 2 men in scoring position here in the top of the fifth. That'll bring us to Alex Royala, the shortstop. Rayala 0 for 2. He struck out in his first at-bat, a backwards K, grounded out to second. And his first pitch is low, but a nice block by Todd Stevens. He snared that one in his glove. 1-0. Second and third, one out here in the top of the fifth. The Hardhats shutout is no more. It's 5-1. Here's a 1-0. Swung on, and that ball is lined into left center. That's going to drop for a base hit. One run's going to come in and score. They're waving another runner. 2 runs will score on the hit. A 2-run RBI single with one out here in the top of the fifth for Alex Rayala, and now the Hardhats lead is 5-3, and it'll bring up Ryan Barrett, the left fielder. So with one out, there's now a man on first as Bachman and Sostrad come in to score. And Barrett 0 for 2 with a strikeout. He reached on an error last time he was up. First pitch is foul. And he starts behind 0-1.
Probably the most pitches that Cholas may have thrown this year. Certainly pitching into the 5th inning.
No balls and a strike, the count here to Barrett. Cholas takes a glance at first in the 0-1. Swung on, and the ball's fouled again, this time down the third baseline.
He didn't throw very many pitches that first 3 innings. But the last couple of innings, especially this inning.
He only threw 37 in that first 3 innings. There's the 0-2. Misses low, and the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Threw 12 in the first, 16 in the second, 9 in the third, and 14 in the fourth. He's working on his 80th pitch of this start now, so this has been quite the high volume here in this 5th inning of work.
I would guess this is his season high for pitches.
1-2. Just missed outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cholas pitching to Ryan Barrett, the left fielder for Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids has struck 3 times in this top of the 5th. The Hardhats lead was 5-0. It's now 5-3. 2-2 from Cholas. And it's high and away, and the ball goes all the way to the backstop. And taking advantage of second is Alex Rayala. So the wild pitch moves into scoring position, and it pushes the count full here to Barrett. So man on second and 1 out, and a big full count pitch coming up from Cholas. Payoff pitch. Swung on, and it's fouled to the backstop. And the count will hold full again.
No activity in the post-22 bullpen, so if Mitch Messer elects to make a move here in the next couple of 3 batters, if Zach can't get out of this inning, looks like it'll be a position player.
Payoff pitch number 2 to Barrett coming up, and Cholas deals. Caught him looking, strike 3 inside. And Barrett can't believe it. He thought that was too far in, but it's the 5th strikeout for Cholas in the start, and a big second out at the plate. 2 down, a man on second. And that'll bring us to Tanner Shepard, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in his last appearance. So 5 strikeouts for Cholas and a big second out. Shepard, the left-handed hitting catcher, is 0 for 2. And his first pitch swung on and missed. That pitch was high and inside, and Shepard misses 0-1. If Shepard's the last out, the Hardhats will once again go to 7, 8, and 9 as they batted through all 9 in the 4th. Kramer will lead off again. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air to right center. It's going to drop for a base hit. Connor King comes in to field it, and coming around to scores Rayala. So it's a 2-out RBI single for Tanner Shepard, and the Hardhats lead is now cut to 1. It's 5-4 with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. So the Hardhats came in with a commanding 5-0 lead. We'll get a courtesy runner. Looks like number 25, Lane Gerber, will come in for Tanner Shepard, the catcher. And here comes the first pitch. It's fouled to Jack Bowman, the pitcher. 0-1 to starting count. Bowman's 1 for 1. He walked and he singled. He has a man on first here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. His Grand Rapids club has rallied to score 4 runs. And the Hardhats leads now 5-4. Here's his 0-1. High and away, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike.
Jack Sorensen is throwing down in the bullpen for post 22. So they have gotten some action up now.
Ball and a strike the count here from Cholas to Bowman. And the 1-1. Swung on. Ball is hit to first base. Ferdinand with the snare at first. He'll tag the bag, and that'll do it. 3 unassisted for the putout to end the top half of the 5th. Grand Rapids strikes 4 times in the inning on the power of 3 hits. There were no errors charged to post 22. There was 1 man left on the base path. And at the end of 4.5, post 22 still has the lead. However, it has been cut from 5-0 to 5-4. 7, 8, and 9 are scheduled to hit once again in the bottom half of the 5th. We'll be back with that and more. You're on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Jack Bowman still on the mound here for Grand Rapids. His team was down 5-0 at the start of this 5th inning. But on 3 hits and a pair of walks, Grand Rapids was able to score 4 in the top of the 5th. And now the Hardhats have a 5-4 lead to work with as they come back up to bat here in the bottom half of the 5th. Numbers across the board through 4.5. For post 22 in the lead, it's 5 runs on 6 hits with 1 error on defense. And on the other side for Grand Rapids, it's 4 runs on 4 hits, also with an error in the field. Mark Minetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you here on ESPN Radio Rapid City. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. 4th game of pool play in the Gopher Classic for the Hardhats. They're looking to extend their record to 3-1. And Justin Kramer will lead off this bottom half of the 5th and foul off his first pitch.
Grand Rapids team has an 18-man roster. They have 5 sophomores on the roster, and they have a couple of players that have, in fact, 4 of them that, or 2 of them that have returned from college.
0-1 is swung on, and it's hit high in the air, foul territory first base side, and it'll drop out of the reach of Evan Mischke. And quickly, Kramer's behind 0-2. Kramer's 2 for 2 on the ball game, a pair of singles, 1 knocked in a run, 1 allowed him to stay on the base path and score a run. And an 0-2 count doesn't faze him because that's exactly how he got his first hit. So no balls, 2 strikes to count to the Hardhats third baseman. He'll be followed by Todd Stevens and Connor King, scheduled to hit. 0-2. Rides outside. Ball and 2 strikes to Kramer. Kramer also has a stolen base in the game. Here's his 1-2. It's just fouled on a high pitch, and the count will hold at a ball and 2 strikes. Stevens on deck, 1 for 1, a single, a hit by pitch. A run scored. Connor King, center fielder on in the hole. An RBI single and a pop out to short. 1-2 to Kramer. Swung on, popped high in the air to the right side of the infield. It's in foul territory. And coming over from first on a crazy trajectory path for the ball is Mischke, and he'll make the catch. 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring us to Todd Stevens. Stevens again, 1 for 1. He was hit by a pitch in the bottom of the 2nd. Singled in the bottom of the 4th and came around to score.
Our wind this afternoon has completely changed from what we've seen the first 2 days of the tournament. It's blowing in from right and from center.
Stevens drops a bunt down the third baseline. Coming in to field it is Bowman, and Todd Stevens is safe. What a solid bunt. That just died in the grass. And Todd Stevens gets his 2nd hit of the ballgame. This one a bunt single. So with 1 out, he's on first, and that'll bring up Connor King. You couldn't have drawn up that bunt any better.
No, he really did a nice job on that for Todd. He's 2 for 2 now.
2 for 2, and he's been on base all 3 times. We're going to have to get you a paperweight over there?
Just mind your own business.
First pitch to Connor King is high and away for ball 1. Connor King on the ball game, a 2-run RBI single back in the bottom of the fourth. He popped out just short in the bottom of the second, so he's 1 for 2. Stevens goes, the 1-0, called strike. Throw to second is... What's our signal?
Safe.
And he's safe. I didn't see the umpire wipe his arm. He just pointed at the bag, so we're all left to guess.
The ball never really got to the shortstop. It was laying there a couple of feet from the bag. It was hard to see it, though, with the fielder down laying in front of the base.
So ball on a strike to count here to King with a man in scoring position, and his next pitch is fouled. And he'll go behind 1-2. I had a feeling he was safe the whole way, but you always look for the sign just to affirm it. And, oh, we got nothing. To quote your earlier critiquing of the Blues, just stood there like a log.
Well, it was kind of like that hit batsman in the first inning with the home plate umpire.
1-2, misses high and outside. King thought about a swing, but he held back. That was a good decision, 2-2.
Actually, our home plate umpire's done a pretty good job in this game. Been pretty consistent in all of his pitches.
2-2 to King. Misses low and away, and the count will go full. So it's 3-2 now to the Hardhats center fielder. Walker pauses, second baseman on deck. King has a man on second, 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth. The Hardhats lead was 5-0, but now it's 5-4 over Grand Rapids. Payoff to King, caught him looking. Strike 3 on the outside pitch. King wasn't too happy about that. That's the second strikeout for Bowman in this start. This one's a backwards K, so 2 down. Man on second, it brings up Walker Paz. Paz is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. So he's looking for his first hit, and it would most certainly drive in Stevens, depending on where he places it. First pitch. Strike inside. Paz didn't like that, 0-1. If Paz is the last out, 5, 6, and 7 are due up for Grand Rapids in the top half of the sixth. If not, Zach Solano's on deck. 0-1 to Paz. Swung on and missed on an off-speed pitch. Bowman took a lot of pop off of that ball, 0-2. Both of Walker's retirements have been to third base. A pop out and a ground out. Here's his 0-2. Too far inside, and the count will go to 1-2 on that fastball. One ball and 2 strikes. He has Todd Stevens on second with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth. Hardhats with a 5-4 lead, and Bowman will step off the rubber before he throws his 1-2. Solano on deck is 1 for 3 with a single and an RBI ground out. 1-2 to Paz. Swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air to right field. Coming in from right is Heitkamp, and instead he'll give way to the center fielder Baker, who will make the catch and retire Paz. So an F8 in the scorebook will end the bottom half of the fifth. No runs on a hit, and that was a bunt single from Stevens. No errors charged to Grand Rapids. 1 man left on the base path in scoring position. We have played 5 here at Eden Prairie in Game 4 for Post 22 and pool play. And they still hold on to a 5-4 lead. To the top of the sixth we go. Jack Sorensen will take over on the mound. We'll give you all his numbers and more in just a moment. You're listening from the Anytime Auto Sales Grandstand here at Eden Prairie to ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure and explore the outdoors with friends and family. Offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need, Camping World has it all. With over 125 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in Rapid City or shop campingworld.com today.
Well, the morning / afternoon of Zach Cholas has come to an end after 5 innings of work, in which Cholas allowed 4 runs on 4 hits. He struck out 5. walked 3. He hit 1. He did it all on 88 pitches. And now he gives way to Jack Sorensen, who will come in to relieve for him here in the top of the 6th. Sorensen on the season comes in for his 12th appearance. All of them have been in relief. 18 2/3 innings of work under his belt. He has a 3-1 record, a 6.75 ERA, and 15 strikeouts to 18 walks and 4 hit batsmen. So Sorensen will take on 5, 6, and 7 in the Grand Rapids batting order, and he'll start off with the center fielder, John Baker, who's 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt and a fly out to Connor King in center. Top half of the 6th, Hardhats 5 runs, 7 hits on an error. Grand Rapids 4 runs on 4 hits with an error. So Sorensen, first batter he faces is Baker, and he throws a first pitch fastball inside for ball 1. It'll be Baker, Heitkamp, and Bachman scheduled to hit for Grand Rapids here in the top of the 6th. 1-0 from Sorensen, called strike inside. Fastball cut to corner, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. One and 1, and Sorensen deals. Too far inside, 2-1. 3 pitches, he's tried to label it inside. Strike on 1, a ball on the other 2. 2-1 the count here from Sorensen to Baker. And Sorensen deals. Called strike on the outside corner. And the count evens up, 2-2. Baker, the leadoff man, in a 2-2 battle here with Sorensen. And Sorensen deals. Swung on, ball is hit to short. Bowman on the run, gets the stop, and his throw to first is in time. 6-3 in the scorebook, 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring up Mike Heitkamp, the left-handed hitting right fielder. Heitkamp in the ballgame is 0 for 1. He was the 3rd of 5 Zach Choline strikeouts. He walked the last time he was up to lead off the top of the 5th, and he came around to score the first of 4 Grand Rapids runs, all of which came in that frame. So he has the base path empty and 1 out. Sorensen, the righty, against Heitkamp, the lefty. And Sorensen deals his first pitch. Called strike. 0-1 the count here to Heitkamp. Sorensen deals his 0-1. Swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air to center. Connor King backtracking. He can't make the catch. It's over his head. King takes his spill as well, but he's able to field the ball and get it into his relay man and Bowman. So it's a 1-out double for Heitkamp. Man, in scoring position for Grand Rapids, he's the tying run, and that'll bring up Brooks Bachman, the second baseman, with a chance to knock him in and square this game up at 5. Bachman is 0 for 1 as well. He grounded out to third. He walked in the top of the 5th and came around to score, and his first pitch from Sorensen's inside for ball 1. So man on second here for Bachman. If he happens to drive in Heitkamp, 180 feet away from home, then we'll be square at 5. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, and that ball is pushed into right. Solano's on his horse, but the ball's going to drop for a base hit. He fields it on a hop, and holding at third is Heitkamp. So it's a 1-out single for Bachman. And it'll be men on the corners with 1 out, and that'll bring up Drew Sostrand, the third baseman, who's 1 for 1. He's singled and come around to score, and he's also been hit by a pitch.
He's one of those players for Grand Rapids that played, graduated last year, has a year of college.
Well, a big moment here for the Hardhats. They've been in the driver's seat the vast majority of this game. But now Grand Rapids is a hit out of the infield away from tying this game up, and Sorensen will take time before he throws his first pitch. Double play can get Sorensen out of the jam. Men on the corners and 1 out here in the top of the 6th. The Hardhats looking to keep their 5-4 lead. First pitch, called strikeout, a curveball from Sorensen. Sostrand's behind 0-1. No balls and a strike to count. Men on the corners. Heitkamp on third. Bachman on first. Bunt is showed, and bunt is pushed foul.
They had the safety squeeze on there with the runner at third base waiting to see if Bachman could get the ball down, or rather Sostrand. And if he would have, they probably would have had a tie game.
So now it's no balls and 2 strikes. A big break there for Sorensen on the mound. And his 0-2. Breaking ball misses up high, and the count goes to 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes to count. Heitkamp 90 feet away from tying the ball game on third. And the 1-2 misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Sostrand. Bachman standing on first. Heitkamp had the 1-out double to get on the base path. Bachman advanced him to third on a single right after. So it's men on first and third. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. And Sorensen deals his 2-2, and the ball's popped up. Right side, first base. Luke Ferdinand calls for it in foul territory, and he makes the catch. A big second out for the Hardhats. That keeps Heitkamp on third. First and third, 2 outs, brings us to the 9-hole hitter, Evan Mischke, the left-handed hitting first baseman. Sorensen couldn't have asked for a better second out. Oh, maybe a strikeout. Add to his stats a bit. So a big second out recorded. And now it's Mischke against Sorensen. 2 outs and men on the corners, top of the 6th. And the first pitch. Rides outside and taking advantage of second. And that's all they're going to get is Bachman. That could have been semi-disastrous with the runner on third, but Heitkamp didn't move. So it's a 1-0 pitch coming to Mischke, and he has 2 men in scoring position. Mischke 0 for 2, a strikeout and an RBI groundout. His RBI groundout came with the bases loaded. Next pitch, a swung on it, it's hit to first. Ferdinand gets the scoop. He's going to take it himself and touch first. And the Hardhats avoid chaos and strand 2 men in scoring position to end the top half of the 6th. No runs on 2 hits, no errors were charged to post 22. And 2 men were left on the base path on second and third. 5.5 innings have been played. And Jack Bowman will come back out on the mound for Grand Rapids. Post 22 still with a 5-4 lead. We'll be back with the bottom of the 6th. And Solano will lead us off here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Post 22 transitions from defense to offense. Zach Solano, the right fielder, will lead off. 1 for 3 with a single and an RBI groundout. And he'll face Jack Bowman, the starting pitcher for Grand Rapids, for the 4th time in this ballgame to lead off the bottom half of the 6th. 5.5 innings have been played. Post 22's preserved their 5-4 lead. It was 5-0 heading into the top of the 5th. Grand Rapids scored 4 times. And in this top half of the 6th, stranded 2 men in scoring position and couldn't knock across the tying run. So Solano swings and fouls off his first pitch to start off the bottom of the 6th. He'll start with an 0-1 count. He grounded out to third in the bottom of the 1st, singled and was stranded at third in the bottom of the 3rd, and had an RBI ground out to short in the bottom of the 4th. It'll be Solano followed by Bowman and Petrie scheduled to hit in this bottom half of the 6th. 0-1 is swung on, and that's hit high in the air to right center field. On his horse is Baker from center, and he'll give way to the right fielder, and Heitkamp will make the catch. F9 in the scorebook, 1 up, 1 down, and that'll bring us to Cooper Bowman, the shortstop, It was 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a ground out to second, and a walk. He was stranded at third in the bottom half of the fourth. 113 pitches, by the way, for Bowman in the last 5 1/3 innings he's pitched. First pitch to Bowman. Bowman was going to square to bunt, but he pulled back. As the ball was low and away, he starts off with a 1-0 count. And it's 1-0. He shows bunt, but it's fouled. And the count will even up at a ball and a strike. He was fouled right off of the plate. Bowman trying to get something started not only for his team, but for himself. Get his first hit of the ball game, and he can easily do that on a bunt.
Tried to bunt himself on earlier in an at-bat. I'd still like to see Cooper just attack.
Ball and a strike is count. Base path's empty. 1 out, and the next pitch is low. An off-speed pitch, 2-1. 5 runs on 7 hits and an error for Post 22. 4 runs on 5 hits and an error for Grand Rapids. Next pitch is lined over the shortstop in Rayala and into left center for a base hit. Well, there you go, Tom. Nice attacking swing, and he belted it to left center, so he gets a 1-out single, and that'll bring us to Eric Petrie. Petrie on the ballgame is 0 for 1, but he's been walked twice, and he's scored once. Last time he was up, he popped out to second. Check to first, and Bowman's back. So Bowman, his first hit of the ball game with 1 out. He's on first. Hardhats with a 5-4 lead. Bowman's first pitch to Petrie. Misses high and away for ball 1.
What, total of 8 hits now for Post 22 in the game.
Check to first again, and Bowman's back. First hit of the inning. They've hit in 5 consecutive innings. Bowman goes, or thought about it at least. He started to run, and it's a swing and a miss for Petrie, 1-1. Hardhats were held to a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the first, and they've hit since. Once in the second, once in the third, 4 times in the fourth, and already once in this inning. Bowman once again, checked back at first, and he's safe. Ball and a strike to count here to Petrie, the DH. Bowman goes, and the throw to second is off track, and Bowman will take second. Stolen base for Cooper Bowman. And Petrie will look at a 2-1 pitch. Next pitch is swung on, and it's hit high in the air. First base side, the pitcher lost it, but the first baseman's on it the whole way. And Mischke will make the catch. So that's the second out of the bottom half for the 6th. Man on second, 2 down, and that brings up Zach Sumption, who's 1 for 3 in the ball game. He singled the last time he was up. And the head coach for Grand Rapids coming out to talk to Bowman, and he's going to take the ball from him, and that'll do it. So Bowman went 121 pitches. And he will now give way to the shortstop, Alex Rayala, it looks like. And it looks like there's going to be some shuffling to the infield. We're trying to follow the game of musical chairs to see who goes where. But what we do now is Alex Rayala is now going to take over on the mound for Jack Bowman.
It's an interesting pitching change here at this point of the game. I don't know if it has to do with the number of pitches he's thrown, whether they have a team limit. They absolutely won't get a pitcher over, but 120 is a pretty good total as it is.
Well, Bowman surrendered 5 runs, and he is responsible for Cooper Bowman on second. And he did it on 8 hits. All of his 5 runs were earned as well. He only struck out 2 in the start. Again, he threw 121 pitches. He walked 5. So 2 strikeouts to 5 walks, 5 runs, all of which were earned. And again, he's responsible for Bowman on second. So Rayala will now take over from short. to pitch. Bowman got a different glove. I believe he's headed to first. So Bowman at first. Mischke will move over to second. And moving over to short will be Bachman. So Sostrand will stay over at third. And his first pitch to Zach Sumption's a called strike. So Royala now taking over after 5 2/3 innings in this start for Bowman. And the next pitch is swung on, and that ball's hit high in the air to left center field, and it's going to drop all the way to the fence. Sumption's rounding first. He's headed to second. And he knocks in Cooper Bowman and trades places with him at second. A 2-out RBI double for Sumption, and the Hardhats now have a 6-4 lead with a man on second and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. So 2 pitches is all that took for Zach Sumption to get a second hit of the ball game. And now Luke Ferdinand comes up looking to trade places with him. Ferdinand 0 for 2. He was walked in his first at-bat, grounded out the next 2 times after, and his first pitch is turned down and hit high in the air to right center, and that is going to be caught on the play by a diving John Baker. He narrowly got that on a shoestring catch, and that'll end the bottom half of the 6th. Well, the Hardhats get a run on 2 hits. No errors were charged to Grand Rapids, and there was a man left on second. And at the end of 6 full innings, the Hardhats are 3 outs away from going 3-1 in pool play. As we head to the top of the 7th, they have a 6-4 lead. We'll be right back in just a few moments as Jack Sorensen looks to close this one out. You're listening to Hardhats Baseball here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
Jack Sorensen with a chance to save this game for Post 22. They have a 6-4 lead now as we head to the top of the 7th. It will be the top of the batting order to face Sorensen, who came on last inning, gave up 2 hits but no runs. He worked out of a jam, and at that time the Hardhat lead was only a run. Now it's 2 runs as we go to the 7th inning. 4 runs, 6 hits in the game so far for Grand Rapids as they come to bat here in the top of the 7th. 6-4 Post 22 as Alex Rayala, the shortstop who started the game at short, now pitching. Called out on strikes in the first, grounded out to second in the 3rd inning, and singled to left center in the 5th. Scored a run. Grand Rapids scoring all 4 of their runs off Zach Cholis, the starter, in the 5th inning. Zach threw 4 shutout innings and then was touched for 4 runs in the 5th. So here's Rayala stepping in, right-handed batter. Sorensen out of the set, delivers. He hits the outside corner at the knees for a called strike. Grand Rapids winning just 1 of 3 games so far in pool play as Rayala looks at a breaking ball over for a strike. 0-2 the count. Second game to follow will be East Grand Forks, and Post 22 about 30 to 40 minutes after this game. Fastball misses outside, 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Sorensen's pitch, swung on, hit up the middle, and past Cooper Bowman into center field. Cooper went to his left, couldn't get to the ball. And a leadoff single for Rayala here in the top of the 7th. Tell you one thing about this Grand Rapids team, watching them take a tough loss in that first game to Oakdale 2-1. They compete. I mean, they play hard and they compete. They could have easily folded the tent in this game after 4 innings, after having just lost a game. There's a pitch up and in to Ryan Barrett, the left fielder. Right-handed batter, number 2 hitter, with a runner at first base. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's Sorensen from the set. He delivers, and a fastball strike on the inside corner. Barrett has struck out twice, once swinging, once called. He's reached on an error, so he's 0 for 3. Ferdinand holding with Rayala at first base. Sorensen's pitch, good breaking ball in for a strike. Now it's 1-2.
That had some serious bend to it. Started up at about his letters and just dipped down.
Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, a fly ball to right. And coming in is Solano, a couple of steps to make the catch. 1 down as Barrett flies out. That wind is holding up any balls hit to right field. It did last inning on that fly ball by Solano that he hit to deep right center. Here's Tanner Shepard, the catcher. And he hits a pop foul back in, out of play. 1 strike. He has bounced to third, hit into a short to second to first double play. Had an RBI single to right center field his last at bat in the 5th inning. Left-handed batting catcher, 1 for 3. 1 strike the count. Sorensen's pitch is a bouncer to the plate. A fastball hit in front of the plate, blocked by Todd Stevens, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. 6-4. Post 22 leading here, top of the 7th. Grand Rapids batting with a runner at first and 1 out. Jack Sorensen trying to save this game for the team and for Zach Cholis. Goes to the set, the right-hander's pitch. Fastball missed inside. 2 balls and 1 strike on Shepard. The cleanup hitter, Jack Bowman, on deck. Outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch, and it's low for ball 3. So Sorensen behind Shepard now, 3-1. Here's the set and the pitch. Outside for ball 4. So Shepard walks, and he's going to be able to have a courtesy runner with some speed come in for him because he doesn't run well. And with runners at first and second, 1 out, the batter will be Jack Bowman, who started the game on the mound. And now is playing at first base. I can't believe they're not running for Shepard at first base.
I don't know either, Tom. I thought Lane Gerber was going to come back out and run for him, but I saw the third base coach tell him to stay in.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, a pop-up down the right field line. It's going to be into foul territory, and Paz makes the catch. Good play by Walker as Bowman is out on a foul pop-up to Walker Paz for the 2nd out here in the top of the 7th inning. Well, there we saw that instance where Shepard just walked, and Bowman went after the first pitch. So there's 2 outs, runners at first and second. And John Baker up the center fielder. He is 0 for 3. Sorensen from the set. He delivers, and he hits the knees for a strike, a fastball, and it's 0-1. Baker is tapped back to the pitcher, flied to right center, grounded out to short. 0 for 3. 2 on, 2 out. 6-4 Hardhats here in the 7th. The pitch. Breaking ball. Strike 2 called. And it's 0-2.
That's again, Jack's breaking ball's got such bend, and it starts at about your letters, maybe your belt, and it just dips out of nowhere. Falls right off the table.
Best it's looked this year in this outing here. Here's the pitch. Fastball low and outside. 1-2 on Baker. Rayala, the runner at second. Shepard at first. Here's the set. And the pitch. Swung on, a ground ball to Paz. It takes a good hop. He fumbles it, though, and can't make the play. Throw back to third. And safe at third base. No, out. They called him out. Oh, goodness. Rayala is called out as he turned past third. And the Hardhats are able to recover as Paz caught him at the corner of his eye, a little too far off third base. And Rapid City gets that break once again, and it brings the game to an end. Well, they'll probably give Paz an error on the play because the runner did reach. And then the runner had rounded third. He had reached third base and was trapped trying to get back. But in any event, at this point, who cares? Post 22 wins. No runs on a hit. And 2 men left on base, 1 Rapid City error. 6-4, the final score. Excellent relief job by Jack Sorensen. Mark and Al return and wrap this one up. The totals and highlights here from Eden Prairie. You're listening to Hard Hat Baseball from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Well, it wasn't easy for Post 22 here in this first game, but they finally defeat Grand Rapids by a final score of 6-4. As Post 22 had a 5-0 lead through 4 innings of play, but as we said, Grand Rapids competes. They made it tough on Rapid City and forced Post 22 to give up 4 runs as we keep track of runs allowed in the pool play. And Post 22 is now 43-6 on the season, 3-1 in the pool. Grand Rapids finishes pool play with a record of 1-4. A run in the second gave Rapid City a 1-0 lead on the RBI single by Justin Kramer, and then 4 runs in the fourth inning on 4 hits. A big 2-run single for Connor King highlighted that inning. It was 5-0 Hardhats, but 4 runs came across for Grand Rapids against Zach Cholas, who had pitched shutout ball through the first 4 innings. 4 runs on 3 hits in the 5th inning off Cholas made it 5-4 Rapid City. And Zach Sumption's RBI double in the 6th inning, plating the Rapid City final run 6-4. The final score, 6 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors for the Hardhats. And they stranded 9. 4 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for Grand Rapids, and they left 7. Zach Cholas gets the win through 5 innings. And then Jack Sorensen, 2 scoreless innings in relief to get the save. And Jack Bowman, the starter and loser for Grand Rapids. Kind of a game we've seen many times this year for Post 22. They take advantage of the other team's weaknesses, especially today on the bases, where they stole a number of bases, moved up runners on bases, took advantage of an error. And Post 22 is very few teams are better than Rapid City of exploiting their opponent's weaknesses as Post 22 is.
Absolutely, and that just comes down to how well they're coached. They understand when to attack. They understand when to sit back and let the opponent just kind of wreck themselves and help them lead to their win. So it was good on Post 22. They took a lot of opportunities on the base path, like you said, a couple of stolen bases, and they hit very well as well. You look at the at least my scorebook, I've got 9 hits for Post 22 in the ball game and 6 runs scored. However, runners left on base, you'd like to see that total brought down. The Hardhats left 9 runners on base, and all but 1 was in scoring position when they were left on the base path. You'd like to see the Hardhats knock in a lot of those base runners, because you look at that, that's 8 runs that could have potentially come across. So the score could have been much different, including in the second and third innings when the Hardhats left the bases loaded, and then the 2 men in scoring position after that in the next inning, and even 2 after that. So within innings 2, 3, and 4, you left 7 runners on, and 6 could have come across to score. But nonetheless, good showing by the Hard Hats, and now they can finish pool play on a 4-game win streak if they take care of business against East Grand Forks in a few moments.
Zach Sumption had 2 hits in the game and an RBI. 2 hits in the game for Justin Kramer and an RBI. And 2 hits in the game for Todd Stevens. He had a single to left and a bunt single for Rapid City. And Post 22 winning 6-4. So we should be back here in Eden Prairie for Game 2 of our doubleheader against East Grand Forks, Minnesota. I would say in about a half an hour.
Sounds about right to me. Well, we'll take a quick recess, folks. We'll get new lineups. We'll get new stats for you and everything. We'll be back, just like Tom said, in roughly a half hour with Game 2 of our doubleheader and our final game of pool play here at the Gopher Classic. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll send you back to normal ESPN programming here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Hi again, everyone. It's Gopher Classic Baseball with Post 22 from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, as the Hardhats get set to play their 5th and final game of pool play here in the 40th annual Gopher Classic. Post 22 just coming off a win, 6-4 over Grand Rapids, Minnesota, and now they take on East Grand Forks, Minnesota, in their 50th game of the season for Post 22 this season. The Hardhats with a record now of 44 wins, 43 wins, and 6 losses on the season. And this their 50th game. And Post 22 needs to win this game to have any shot at all for making the championship round tomorrow here in the Gopher Classic. Post 22 3-1. If they win, they would be 4-1. They would need an Eden Prairie win by a substantial margin over Papillion, Nebraska tonight, which is unbeaten. Papillion wins, it doesn't make any difference. Papillion wins the pool. Right now, Post 22 has given up a total of 9 runs in their 4 games. No, 11 runs in the 4 games that they have played so far. Just 2 runs allowed by Papillion in their 4 games. So if the teams would tie and Eden Prairie was thrown into the mix with runs allowed, would be the deciding factor, and Post 22 is not in a good position right there. But Mark, the Hardhats didn't have an easy win in that first game, 6-4 over Grand Rapids. They got a pretty good 4 innings from Zach Sumption. First 4 innings a shutout ball, then he was touched for 4 runs in the 5th. Then Jack Sorensen came on and threw 2 scoreless innings to save the victory.
Yeah, Zach Cholis did a great start there in his 5 innings, 5 strikeouts to 3 walks. He did hit a batter, though, so it was 5 strikeouts to 4 free base runners, and you'd like to see that total low, but he did it on 88 pitches, so he was efficient right up until his last inning. That's when he started giving up those runs, and that's when his pitch count kind of skyrocketed because he had 12, 16, 9, and 14 pitches in his first 4 innings. He was very efficient. And then Jack Sorensen came in, allowed 3 hits in 2 innings, not a single run crossed. He walked 1. He didn't strike out any on 33 pitches. And now the Hardhats have turned to Tommy Wall to get the job done in this 5th and final game of pool play here at the Gopher Classic.
And the skies are cloudy here, but it's been a pleasant day. It's cooled off just a little bit from yesterday, which was a very pleasant day. Waiting for the umpires here. This game's scheduled to start in about 9 minutes. And in these big city tournaments, especially the Twin Cities tournaments, and you'll see this when we've played in Omaha over the years and even in Denver, and I guess we saw it too in Pullman, Washington, umpires show up a little bit before game time. I mean, they're scheduled at 2 o'clock, and they'll walk out onto the field maybe 6 or 7 minutes before the start, because that's a lot of times why we don't start games early in these tournaments, because the umpires are, which you can't blame them. I mean, why be here 45 minutes before a game? So Post 22 playing a little pepper there in front of their dugout off to our right. Want to welcome our viewers via the internet on Hardhat-TV today. Great to have you along, and of course our listeners here on ESPN Radio. Well, Mark, let's see what the starting lineups are going to look like, huh?
Yeah, let's take a look at them. The Hardhats will bat in the bottom halves of our 7 innings again, so we'll start off with East Grand Forks. They'll bat in the top halves of our 7 innings of regulation in this final game of pool play. Leading off for East Grand Forks is number 5, Alex Muschitz, and he is playing at the shortstop position. Batting second is number 13, Jake Osowski. He's the backstopper and catcher. Batting third is number 3, Will Rorich. He is patrolling center field. And in the cleanup spot is number 42, Victor Saucedo. He is the designated hitter. Batting fifth is number 17, Evan Eastad. He's playing out at first base. Batting sixth is number 10, Ross Corbett. He's in the hot corner at third. Batting seventh is number 22, Kyle Watt. He's patrolling left field. Batting eighth is number 7, Austin Campos. He is at second base. And rounding out the batting order for Grand Forks in the 9-hole is number 4, Corey Watt, and he is patrolling right field. Cade Spencer, number 16, is on the mound, and he will face the Hardhats in the bottom halves of our 7 innings, and their lineup is as follows with a couple of changes and a couple of shifts in the order. Leading off is number 11. Walker Paz is always at home at second base. Batting second is number 13, Zach Solano. He is patrolling right field. Batting third, number 22, Cooper Bowman at the shortstop position, and moved up to the cleanup spot is number 28, Zach Sumption. He's patrolling left field. Batting fifth is number 17, Todd Stevens. He'll be the designated hitter in this final game of pool play. Batting sixth is number 14, Justin Kramer. He's in the hot corner at third, so he's been moved up another spot. Batting seventh is number 21, Timmy Paris. He is the catcher. He got the first game of the doubleheader off, so he'll backstop in the second game here. Batting eighth is number 30, Jack Sorensen. He's fresh off of that relief appearance. In game one, he'll play at first base. And rounding out the batting order for post 22 in the ninth spot is number 12, Connor King, and he will once again patrol center field. Tommy Wall, number 16, is on the mound for post 22. This will be his second appearance of the Gopher Classic. He pitched in relief in the first game against Papillion. Wall, in that relief appearance, went the last 2 innings of extra innings. He took over for Riley McSherry, and unfortunately, he surrendered the game-winning run to Papillion, so he was the pitcher of record. But Tommy Wall comes into this game for his 16th appearance of the season and his 5th by virtue of a start. He has 33 2/3 innings of work under his belt, a 2-1 win-loss record, and 1-for-1 in save opportunities. He has a whopping 40 strikeouts to 15 walks and a 2.08 ERA. And if there's anything Tommy Wall's been able to say he's done for this post-22 club, he's been able to say that he's gotten the job done on the mound. 40 strikeouts to 15 walks and 2 hit batsmen, so 40 Ks to 17 free base runners. That is by far the best ratio among these post-22 pitchers. So good on number 16 when his number's called. He locks it down. He shuts it down. Insert synonym here. He just gets the job done.
What number appearance is this for Tommy?
This is Tommy's 16th appearance. So if you put that in perspective, he allows just over 1 free base runner per appearance. Not even innings pitched per appearance.
And how many of those 16 appearances have been starts and how many relief appearances?
This will be his 5th start, and he's had 11 relief appearances.
So he'll face a East Grand Forks team that has struggled this season. They've won 6 and lost 15 in their Legion season. So post 22 going against a team that has struggled here also in the Gopher Classic. As you look at their scores, East Grand Forks lost to Grand Rapids. The team post 22 just beat 6-4. Grand Rapids beat East Grand Forks 5-0. And then yesterday, East Grand Forks lost to Papillion 8-0, but they beat Oakdale, Minnesota by a score of 3-2. And they have a second game coming up here after this post-22 game. This is post-22's final game in pool play. East Grand Forks will play post-22, and then they'll play Eden Prairie at 4 o'clock Rapid City time this afternoon. The team is scheduled to leave no matter whether they win or lose this game, not until tomorrow morning. And that, of course, would be postponed if they work themselves into that championship round tomorrow, because, again, they'd have to have a Papillion loss to Eden Prairie and then hope that Eden Prairie scores a bunch of runs on Papillion. And post 22 really can't allow very many runs in this game. They're already down 9 runs in the runs against. So it's going to take quite an effort by Eden Prairie tonight to beat Papillion. They can beat them, but whether they can beat them by more than 9 runs is another question.
Well, Tommy Wall is taking his warm-up pitches right now as we are just moments away from kicking off the top half of our first inning here, the final game of this doubleheader for post 22. He'll take on the top 3 in the East Grand Forks batting order. And Alex Muschitz, the shortstop, Jay Kosowski, the catcher, and Will Warich, the center fielder. Defensive alignment for the Hardhats sees Tommy Wall on the mound for his 5th start of the season. He's paired up with his battery mate and catcher, Timmy Paris. At first, Jack Sorensen. Second, Walker Paz. Shortstop, Cooper Bowman. In the hot corner at third, Justin Kramer. Left to right in the outfield, Zach Sumption, Connor King, and Zach Solano.
Alex Muschitz, the shortstop. He's a left-handed batter, steps in against Tommy Wall. The right-hander swings into his windup. His first pitch is a ball, and we are underway here from Eden Prairie at 12:58 Rapid City time, and the temperature here at game time a very pleasant 79 degrees. And a fastball is a strike on the outside corner to Muschitz, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Tommy Wall into his windup, and here's his pitch. Swing and a miss. A pitch breaking down and in to Muschitz, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outfield straight away for post 22. And not much breeze is all as Old Glory hangs down out in left field. Foul off to the left by Muschitz, 1 and 2. One ball, 2 strikes on the leadoff hitter for East Grand Forks. And the pitch high and outside, of course, East Grand Forks. As you have no doubtly know, is in Minnesota, just across the river from Grand Forks, North Dakota. Northeast part of North Dakota. There's a fly ball off third base. Giving chase is Kramer. He's got his hands out. He can't find it. And the ball drops about 10, 12 feet from him. It was playable. But in that high sky here, it's mostly overcast, but the sun has been popping through occasionally. And it's what they always referred to in the olden days as the high sky. Two and two on Muschitz. Here's Tommy Wall's pitch. Strike 3, a fastball. And that takes care of Muschitz, 1 down.
Great pitch from Tommy and good velocity, considering that just 2 days ago he pitched in relief. And while it wasn't a big relief appearance, he's used to some more rest in between relief stints and starts for that matter. So good on Tommy to start off with that big strikeout.
Here's Jake Osowski, the catcher, up. Right-handed batter. And Wall's pitch. Here's a strike on the low outside corner, a good fastball. One strike pitch, another fastball, and this one is a little bit low, and it's 1-1. Will Rorick, the center fielder, is on deck. And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way, and it's outside. Tommy came in that first game here of the Classic against Papillion on Friday. And the pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled off to the right. Timmy Harris giving chase, but it's well out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Hi, Heather. How are you?
2 and 2 on Osowski. Right-handed batting catcher, hitting number 2 for East Grand Forks. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. 2 strikeouts for Tommy Wall to start the game.
Next up for East Grand Forks, number 3, the center fielder, Will Rorick.
Here's Will Rorick, the center fielder. Right-handed batter. And the pitch on the way. Breaking ball over for a strike. Tommy took that loss in that game to Papillion. The pitch on the way. Swing and a foul. Just got a piece of it. Fouled it down and back, and the count is 0-2. There's a ground ball hit the pause. He moves a couple of steps to his left to field it and throws to Sorensen for the out. Rorick retired second to first. A nice start for Tommy Wall. 3 up and 3 down. At the end of the first half inning of play, East Grand Forks, Minnesota, nothing. Post 22 coming to bat. You're listening to the Hard Hats from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
Walker Paz will lead off for post 22 as we head to the bottom of the first inning here.
Cade Spencer's taking his warm-up pitches right now on the mound for East Grand Forks, and he will take on, as Tom said, Walker Paz, followed by Zach Solano and Cooper Bowman, the top third of the Hardhats batting order. Defensive alignment for East Grand Forks has Cade Spencer on the mound, the starting pitcher. He's paired up with his battery mate and catcher, Jake Osowski. At first is Evan Eastad. At second is Austin Campos. At shortstop's Alex Muschitz. And in the hot corner at third is Ross Corbett. Left to right in the outfield, Kyle Watt, Will Rourke, and Corey Watt.
Leading off for Rapid City, number 11,
Walker Paz hitting .366 now going into game 2 of our doubleheader with 2 home runs and 28 RBIs. Cade Spencer, a right-hander, kicks and throws, and it's a ball outside. One ball on Walker, and the pitch. Outside, ball 2, and it's 2-0. Walker, 16 doubles, leads the team. He has 2 triples. Total of 20 extra base hits on the year, and he hits a high fly ball into left field. And Watt drifts back a few steps to make the catch. Walker retired, 1 down. Here's Zach Solano.
Walker still looking for his first hit of the day. First game of the doubleheader, he went 0 for 3, walked and scored. He starts off this game 0 for 1.
Zach Solano hitting .369. Leads the team in home runs with 8. Second on the team in RBIs with 55. And the pitch. He swings and pops this one foul off to the left. 1 strike on Solano. Zach's second on the team in total extra base hits with 22. Takes a pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch. Swung on, another pop-up down the left field line. And the third baseman lost it, and it is now dropping out of the reach of the third baseman, Eastad. Shortstop Muschitz was over there. And the coach from, one of the coaches from East Grand Forks walks out of the dugout about 15 feet, looks up into the sky and says, "What's going on over there?" Justin Kramer lost the ball. There's a little fly ball into center field, and coming in to make the catch is Rourke. Solano just kind of reached that one out and poked it out into center field, and Rourke ran into his right to make the catch. 2 down. And Cooper Bowman up. Cooper was 1 for 3 in the first game and brought his average down a couple of points. He's at 400, right on the nose coming into this game. Takes the ball outside. Team leading 57 RBIs, 7 home runs, 24 total extra base hits. He lifts a fly ball to right. And Corey Watt under it out there. He has it. And the Hardhats go quickly in the bottom of the first inning. 3 fly ball outs. 1 to left, 1 to center, 1 to right. End of 1. Hardhats nothing. East Grand Forks, Minnesota nothing. From the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box, you're listening to Post 22 Baseball on ESPN Radio Rapid City.
and explore the outdoors with friends and family, offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 125 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in Rapid City or shop campingworld.com today. Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure.
No score at the end of 1 here as we head to the second inning. Want to remind you again, coming up is the Dining on the Diamond this coming Tuesday night at Fitzgerald Stadium. It's from 5 until 7 p.m. This is a free dinner to all of our season ticket holders and sponsors. Please come out, get your free dinner, and have your favorite Post-22 players serve your meal. It's Dining on the Diamond this Tuesday night from 5 to 7 at Fitzgerald Stadium. Victor Saucedo, the designated hitter, up and takes a strike on the outside corner. Right-handed batter. He swings and bounces one near third. It's a fair ball behind the bag. Justin Kramer throws to first, scooped out on the short hop by Jack Sorensen. Good play on both ends of that ground ball. Kramer had to field it right near the bag. I'm just running out of words to talk about Justin Kramer's defensive play because fantastic really doesn't give him enough credit.
This is where we need to start bringing a thesaurus with us.
Evan Eastad up, and he takes a fastball from Tommy Wall, low and outside for ball 1. Eastad playing at first base. Right-handed hitter, Wall's pitch. Fastball, foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tommy Wall swings into his motion. Here's his pitch on the way. And a fly ball out into left center field, giving chase Sumption and King runs over to make the catch. Medium deep left center field for the second out. Nice catch by Connor, 2 down. And that'll bring up Ross Corbett, the third baseman.
Well, Tommy's in a groove right now. He's only thrown 5 pitches in this inning, and he's retired the first 2 guys he's seen. 21 overall through 2 innings. He's off to a great start here.
And the pitch is a ball, and it's 1-0. And the pitch on the way. Fastball up and away. So the count goes to 2-0.
Ross Corbett here, a big lefty. Facing Wall, only the second one he's seen in the batting order so far.
And a strike on the low inside corner.
Big lefty playing out at third here for East Grand Forks.
Here's the pitch on the way, and it's a ball low. Corbett is another player that we can use the word stocky. 3-1 pitch is foul back, and it's 3-2. Two outs and the base is empty. Ross Corbett, he's a left-handed batter. Wall's pitch on the way, swung on, hit out into center field, and caught by Walker Paz right on the edge of the outfield grass behind second. 1-2-3 inning for Tommy Wall in the second, so we head to the bottom of the second. Post 22 coming to bat. No score in the game. You're watching Post 22 Baseball on Hardhats-TV via post22baseball.com. And you're listening from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Why do so many business people trust us? Well, we're pretty nice folks, of course, and we really know our stuff. Black Hills Insurance, a tradition of service since 1949.
Zach Sumption comes to bat here in the bottom of the second for post 22. Cade Spencer had a good first inning. He had a fly ball to left, a fly ball to center, a fly ball to right. Zach hitting .396. He and Cooper Bowman now in quite a battle for the team lead in hitting. 3 homers for Sumption, 34 RBIs. He also has 10 doubles, 6 triples, a total of 19 extra base hits on the season. The right-hander Spencer's pitch is swung on, a fly ball to center. And Rorick moves to his right a few steps and makes the catch. First 4 batters have all hit the ball into the air, and there's 4 outs. Here's Todd Stevens, the designated hitter.
Todd in the last game went 2 for 2, including a beautifully placed bunt single down the third baseline. So good on him when he got his chance to make something of it.
And he lifts a fly ball to left field. This one is carrying a bit back near the fence. The left fielder is there, and he can't get it. Here goes Stevens to second, and he'll stop right there. So a fly ball to deep left. It looked like Kyle Watt was going to be able to make the catch, but the ball kept carrying. And he reached up, couldn't get it. It'll be a double for Stevens. And that's what they ruled on the scoreboard, too. A double for Todd Stevens, his 6th double of the year. Here's Justin Kramer, and takes a pitch high for a ball. Kramer hitting .366, 3 home runs, 32 RBIs. And Spencer turns and looks to second, but no throw. Scoreless here in the bottom of the second.
Kramer went 2 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader. Pair of singles, 1 knocked in a run, and then he scored the other time he reached.
And the pitch is a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. One ball and 1 strike. And the pitch. Off-speed breaking ball, strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-2. Stevens really puts a show on second base, dancing around. Here's the pitch, up and in for a ball. 2-2 on Kramer. And the pitch, breaking ball, pop foul, back and out of play. A high breaking ball there from Spencer. Kramer has a count of 2-2.
Good protective swing on that one. It looked like it was going to take a late dip, and Kramer just fought that one off. I'll see another pitch.
And there's a base hit to left field through the hole. Stevens will go to third, and he'll be coming home as the left fielder Watt is slow to get to the ball. Throw to second base, and out at second is Kramer. Trying to advance. So Kramer gets an RBI single. And then on the cutoff, as he tried to go to second, he's thrown out for the second out of the inning. 1-0, post 22 leading. Timmy Paris coming up, the catcher. And takes a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. And a strike called to Timmy. Paris coming into the 297. And the pitch on the way is fouled off.
Tom, I'm going to get you a paperweight before this trip's over, just in case we need it if the Hardhats make it to the bracket.
Well, I won't use it. 3 home runs, 42 RBIs, 2 strikes to count.
Gee, thanks. How thoughtful. Here I am giving you a gift.
Here's a swing and a miss, and Paris strikes out to end the inning. 1 run on 2 hits Hardhats get the double from Stevens, the RBI single from Kramer. Nobody left on base. 2 complete. Post 22-1. East Grand Forks, Minnesota, nothing. We head to the third from the Anytime Auto Sales press box on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. One nothing. The Hardhats lead through 2 innings of play here from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Post 22 plays its final game in pool play, and as we've stated, we'll need a couple of events to happen. One is that Eden Prairie must beat Papillion tonight in the final game of the day, and then they must beat them as of right now by more than 9 runs. Kyle Watt, the left fielder, will lead off for East Grand Forks, Minnesota. So Tommy Wall, through 2 innings, has faced 6 batters, has retired all 6 batters, 2 on strikes.
Now hitting number 22.
So Kyle Watt, the left-handed batting left fielder, up for East Grand Forks. Lower third of the batting order here for East Grand Forks in the top half of inning number 3. Tommy Wall into his windup delivers. The fastball is fouled back. A pitch up that Watt swung at, and it's no balls and a strike. And the pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball, and it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Outfield straightaway. Pitch on the way. And he misses high and outside. Another fastball, and it's 1-2. Wall winds and throws. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Tommy gets his 3rd strikeout. That'll bring Austin Campos to the plate, the second baseman.
Austin Campos.
Campos, a right-handed batter, hitting 8th in the order. And Wall's pitch. Fastball in for a strike. 0-1 the count. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. And the 2-strike pitch struck him out swinging. A 3-pitch strikeout and 4 strikeouts in the game for Tommy Wall.
Now hitting for East Grand Forks, number 4, the right fielder Corey Watt.
East Grand Forks has scored just 3 runs in the 3 games that they have played. They were shut out twice earlier in the tournament. And the pitch is a strike to Corey Watt, the right fielder. 0-1 the count. Number 9 hitter, right-handed batter. And the pitch a little bit low for a ball. It's 1-1. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. And the pitch, swung on and fouled off to the right. East Grand Forks scored 3 runs in their 3-2 win over Oakdale. Then they were shut out 5-0 by Grand Rapids and 2-0 by Papillion. Here's the pitch. Fastball away, and it's 1-2. And the pitch on the way, low and outside. 2-2 the count. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, struck him out. So 3 strikeouts for Tommy Wall in the 3rd inning. He has 5 in the game. He's retired all men he has faced, all 9. So we go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. The Hardhats 1, East Grand Forks, Minnesota 0 on ESPN Radio, Rapid City. Jack Sorensen, Connor King, Walker Paz will start things off for Post 22 here in the last half of the 3rd inning. They have a 1-0 lead. Justin Kramer's RBI single last inning, scoring Todd Stevens, who had doubled. Cade Spencer faces Sorensen, who's hitting .306. 3 home runs, 31 RBIs. They're repairing first base here.
Minor delay, fans, while our Browns crew gets first base repaired.
Mitch Messer over at 3rd base. Nick Ewing on this trip is coaching at first. Good to see Nick on the road. We were talking about that the other day. Both of us, our first trip on the road in 2 years. Nick was out. Glad that he's recovering. Nick was a fine second baseman for Post 22. Coached the Sturgis Legion team for 5 years.
And as I learned on our drive out here, he is an alumnus of Campbell University and what is now my home state of North Carolina, the Campbell Fighting Camels.
How many different states are you from?
2.
You were born in New Jersey. Said you're from New York. Then you went to school in South Carolina.
Yep.
You lived in North Carolina, and now you're in Rapid City.
Yeah.
So how many states is that?
Well, born in New Jersey, but I was only there for as long as I was in the hospital. So I don't even count Jersey. I lived in New York for 14 years. Actually, today's the 9th, so yesterday was my family's 15th anniversary of moving to North Carolina. I've been in Charlotte ever since. So that was 15 years of that, and then 4 years while I was in North Carolina, went to college at the University of South Carolina, and then I've been out here, so 4 states.
I'm exhausted after hearing all that. Well, I think they've gotten first base repaired. And Jack Sorensen steps back in. Jack's average hasn't changed in the last minute. He's still hitting .306. As Cade Spencer gets set to deliver his first pitch to Jack, who did a nice job in relief in that first game, working 2 scoreless innings. He swings on a breaking ball and pops it up to the right side of the infield. The first baseman, Estad, has it for the out, 1 down.
It's interesting, Tom. Outside of the strikeout and the 2 hits, every retirement of the Hardhats has been a fly ball or a pop out. They're just getting under it, so you'll see that adjustment made when they get through their second time in the lineup.
Connor King is hitting .267. 2 home runs and 30 RBIs. And takes a breaking ball in for a strike. Connor had a big 2-run single in game 1. Left-handed batter. And the pitch is a fastball down low from Spencer, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out for post 22 here in the last half of the 3rd inning. The bases are empty. They have a 1-0 lead. And the pitch is just inside to King, and it's 2 balls and a strike. And the pitch. Swing and a foul off to the left. 2-2 on Connor King. Spencer's pitch. Swung on, driven to left center field, and that ball is going to be in for a hit. Picked up out there by Rorick. And a base hit for Connor. Hit number 3 for post 22.
I gotta say, as the season's gone on, Connor's eye has really improved, and it's a shame that his batting average doesn't reflect that. Because obviously he'll still get his retirements, but he doesn't swing much at junk pitches or pitches out of the zone. He's got a lot of good patience, and when he does make contact, he absolutely drills the ball, so good on him.
Walker paws up as a toss goes over there, and King is back. Walker flied to left, his first at bat. There goes the runner, and he was picked off actually now, and they're going to have him in a hot box. And they played that poorly, but still trying to get to base safely is King. He's running back to first base. And they have tagged him out finally. Well, Connor stayed in the hot box about as long as you possibly could, and it looked like East Grand Forks might misplay that, especially early in the rundown when the first sequence of plays when Connor was trying to get back to first. He probably would have got it if he would have continued because the ball was thrown in the dirt and rolled away from the first baseman. But Connor, by that time, had stopped and headed back to second. So it's a pickoff, and there's 2 outs and nobody on. And Paz bounces one to first, takes a nice hop there for the first baseman Eastad, who makes the unassisted putout, and it's it for post 22 in the 3rd inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. We head to the 4th, and post 22 leads East Grand Forks, Minnesota 1-0 here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
With more than 300 pediatric experts in 35 specialty areas, Sanford Children's offers the care that matters to your family. At the Castle of Care, we are committed to bringing in the latest and most advanced technology and services to care for your children. And having the largest team of specialists in the region means your child can receive expert, individualized care close to home. At Sanford Children's, we promise to put your family first. To learn more, visit childrens.sanfordhealth.org.
Well, the Hardhats are all set now for the 4th inning coming up. They have a narrow 1-0 lead over East Grand Forks in their final game of pool play here at the Gopher Classic. Numbers across the board for the Hardhats: a run on 3 hits, no errors in the field. And for East Grand Forks, it's straight zeros: no runs, no hits, and no errors. Tommy Wall has been in a groove since his first pitch. He's struck out 5, including the entire side in the top of the 3rd. And now he faces the top of the order for the 2nd time in this ballgame for East Grand Forks. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you for all the action here at the Gopher Classic. 5th and final game of pool play. The Hardhats looking to go 4-1 in their final matchup. First pitch to Muschitz is fouled down the 3rd baseline. Muschitz was the first of 5 Tommy Wall strikeouts. He starts off 0-1. Muschitz, the left-handed hitting shortstop against the right-handed throwing Wall. And his 0-1 pitch misses low and inside, and the count will even up at a ball and strike. It'll be Muschitz, Osowski, and Rorick scheduled to hit in this top half of the 4th. There's the 1-1. Swung on, and that ball's hit to second base. Walker Paz gets it on a hop, and his throw to first is in time. 4-3 in the scorebook. 1 up, 1 down again, and that'll bring up Jake Osowski, the catcher. Osowski was the 2nd of 5 Tommy Wall strikeouts. Both of the first two batters swinging and missing on 2-2 pitches. First pitch from Waldo Osowski. Just missed low for ball one. 1-0 the count to the East Grand Forks catcher. No one's on the base path here in the top of the fourth and one out. Now the 1-0 misses low again. 2 balls, no strikes. One nothing is the Hard Hats lead. They're looking to keep it that way here in the top of the fourth. 2-0. Missed as low again. And it's 3 balls and no strikes to Osowski. Wall agrees on a sign with Paris, and his 3-0 pitch. Called strike at the knees outside corner, and the count goes to 3 balls and a strike. 3-1 now to Osowski. Wall quickly back to it. Will deal his 3-1 pitch. And that is ball 4. So Tommy Wall issues his first walk in this start. It'll come with 1 out here in the top of the fourth. That'll bring up Will Rourke, who grounded out to second the last time he was up. 1 out and a man on first here for Rourke. He is the center fielder for East Grand Forks. Wall checks over at first. And his first pitch. Swung on, and that ball is pushed foul. First base side, and Sorensen can't make a play on it. It's over the fence. 0-1 the count. Sorensen got on his horse, though, just in case it tailed back in. So 0-1 the count here to Rourke. The man on first is Osowski. A base on balls put him on the base path. And the 0-1 to Rourke. Breaking pitch upstairs, a ball and a strike. The crazy stat about Tommy Wall is how many free base runners he's allowed in his appearances. This is number 16, and it's his 18th free base runner allowed. Check to first, not there in time. So he averages just about 1 free base runner, whether it's a hit batsman or a walk per game. And it is remarkable that that total is that low. Here's the 1-1. Pitch is upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. So 2-1 now the count here to Rourke. He has Osowski on first and 1 out here in the top of the fourth. The Hard Hats with a 1-0 lead. 2-1. Swung on, and that ball is lined to Walker Paz. He makes the catch. Throw to first in time. An L4-3 double play, and that is going to end the top half of the fourth inning. A great snag by Walker Paz to throw to Sorensen to tag up the runner in Osowski. And that'll do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on the base path. We've played half of regulation, 3.5 out of 7 innings in the books. And Post 22 still maintains their 1-0 lead over East Grand Forks. We'll be right back.
You don't have to try to hit a home run when you're hitting singles and doubles all day. Consistency wins games, and it's key to helping achieve your retirement goals. At Weitzel Financial Group, they believe they're there to help with your own ideals and goals. Head toward your field of dreams. Call Weitzel Financial Group for a consultation at 348-1152. Kurt Weitzel is a registered representative and investment advisor representative with and offers securities and advisory services through Commonwealth Financial Network member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. Weitzel Financial Group, 817 9th Street, Rapid City, South Dakota, 577.
Walker Paz ended off the top half of the fourth with a stellar L4-3 double play. It was lined right to him, and he got it to Jack Sorensen to tag up the base runner. So the Hard Hats don't allow a run for a fourth consecutive inning, but now in the bottom half of the fourth, they'll look to expand upon what is a 1-0 lead for their side. We've played half of regulation, 3.5 out of 7 innings. Numbers across the board for Post 22, a run on 3 hits and no errors defensively. And for East Grand Forks, no runs, no hits, and no errors. Zach Solano will lead off the bottom half of the fourth, to be followed by Cooper Bowman and Zach Sumption. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you for all the action in our final game of pool play here at the Gopher Classic. Hard Hats are 3-1 in pool play in their previous 4 games, looking to end on a 4-game win streak. Solano will lead off the bottom half of the fourth. 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. His first pitch is a breaking ball called strike. The outside corner, and he's behind 0-1. Hardhats right fielder looks into Cade Spencer. And Spencer's breaking pitch is swung on and hit to third. Snared on the play by Corbett, and his throw to first barely gets there in time. 5-3 in the scorebook, 1 up, 1 down to Cooper Bowman.
That was an excellent scoop by the first baseman Eastad. It was short hop. The throw was to the right field side of the bag. And Eastad saved an error there on the third baseman.
So now Cooper Bowman comes up. He's also 0 for 1 with a fly out, but his was to right field. And his first pitch from Spencer, he tried to drop the bunt for a hit. And he fouls it to the backstop. 0-1 to Bowman. Bowman looking for his first hit of this ball game. Here's his 0-1. Pitch misses low, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. Bowman in game 1 went 1 for 3, struck out, walked, singled, scored a run. And he looks at ball 2 on a breaking pitch high, 2-1. Also had a stolen base thrown in there as well, so quite a productive first game of the doubleheader. Here's his 2-1. Breaking pitch is swung on, and it's hit right back to first, and the catch is made by Eastad. 2 up, 2 down for the Hardhats on a pop 3, and that'll bring us to Zach Sumption, the cleanup hitter and left fielder.
Left fielder number 28.
Sumption also flew out. Outfielders have been pretty busy in this game. Sumption flew out to center in his first at-bat at the bottom of the second. And his first pitch swung on and missed. 0-1. Todd Stevens, the DH, is on deck should we get that far. And the 0-1 to Sumption misses up high, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. Stevens is 3 for 3 today in 2 ball games. He doubled in his first at-bat. Sumption looks at a breaking pitch called strike at his knees. A ball and 2 strikes now to the Hardhats left fielder. So if Stevens gets up, he's looking for his 4th hit. 1-2, just missed outside on a fastball, and the count evens up 2-2. Cade Spencer's working very quickly now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, his full windup, and he deals to Sumption. Pitch is swung on, hit to the left side of the infield. Stops made on the play by shortstop Muschitz, and his throw to first isn't in time. So an infield single for Zach Sumption with 2 outs. Gives the Hardhats their 4th hit of the ball game. And that'll bring up a red-hot Todd Stevens, who again is 3 for 3 in this doubleheader today, and 1 for 1 in this game with a double and the only run scored of the ball game between both sides. 1-0's the Hardhats lead. We have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th, and the Hardhats have a man on first. Spencer's first pitch to Stevens. Swung on, and that ball is drilled into left center field, and that ball is going to drop for a base hit, and it goes all the way to the wall. Rounding third and heading home is Zach Sumption. Stevens is going to slam his brakes on at second. 2 doubles for him on the ball game. This one knocks in a run. And with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th, the Hardhats have a 2-0 lead over East Grand Forks.
Todd Stevens playing in both games of the doubleheader today for the Hardhats, and he's done just a great job. He caught the first game and is the designated hitter here in game 2. And as we said going into the doubleheader, he had only a handful of bats on the year.
Justin Kramer's first pitch swung on, hit high in the air to right center field, and that ball's also going to drop for a base hit. Stevens rounds third. He's going to come in to score. A 2-out RBI single for Justin Kramer, and the Hardhats have added a second run in this frame, and they take a 3-0 lead with 2 outs and a man on first here in the bottom of the 4th over East Grand Forks.
Now hitting for Rapid City, the catcher, number 20.
Back to Todd. He had 13 hits and 32 at-bats coming into this doubleheader, and he's had, I think, how many hits now? 4 in the doubleheader.
2 singles, one of them off of a bunt, and now 2 doubles in this ball game, and he's knocked in a run. Check to first keeps Kramer on the bag, and now Timmy Paris is up with a chance to keep the inning going. Paris is 0 for 1 with a strikeout, looking for his first hit of this ball game. He struck out to end the bottom half of the 2nd. He's hoping to keep this frame going. Bottom of the 4th, the Hardhats now have a 3-0 lead, and his first pitch is popped up at foul, and that'll go out of play and start his count off at 0-1. And if he does keep the inning going, then Jack Sorensen's on deck, and he's 0 for 1 with a pop out to first. Kramer on first, his second RBI hit of the ballgame. 3-0, the Hardhats lead. Here in the bottom of the fourth. 0-1 to Paris. Breaking pitch, swung on it. It's hit foul, this time to the opposite side at first base. And out of play, and the count will go to 0 balls and 2 strikes for the Hardhats backstopper. Time is called by Osowski, the catcher, and he'll head up to the mound to talk to Kate Spencer for a bit. The Hardhats have 2 runs in this inning on 3 hits, all back-to-back-to-back. 2-out single for Sumption. He scored on an RBI double from Stevens, who scored on an RBI single from Kramer. 3-0, though, is the Hardhats lead. 2 outs, bottom of the fourth, and a man on first for Paris. Spencer deals his 0-2 pitch. It's high. Kramer goes for second, and the throw is not in time. So Justin Kramer gets a stolen base. The pitch is a ball to Paris. It's 1-2.
That was a semi-pitch out. I mean, East Grand Forks had an idea that Kramer was running, and a good throw might have got Justin.
So now Kramer's on second. Ball and 2 strikes to count here to Paris, and the pitch is high and away, and the count will even up 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Hardhats backstopper. Sorensen on deck. If Paris can keep the inning going. If not, 4, 5, and 6 are due up in the top of the 5th for East Grand Forks. 2-2, swung on it. That ball's hit high in the air to right center field. And underneath it to make the catch from center is Will Rorick, and that will end the bottom half of the fourth. Well, the Hardhats get 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors were charged to East Grand Forks, and a man was left stranded in scoring position for Post 22. At the end of 4 full innings of play, Post 22's extended their advantage over East Grand Forks. It's now 3-0 as we head to the top half of the 5th. We'll be right back in just a few moments, folks. We're broadcasting from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Trusted Choice Insurance agents are independent agents.
I pledge to be your guide, not only to insurance, but to insurance companies.
They don't actually work for any one insurance company.
And to use my independence to identify the coverage that's best for you.
This means they can customize policies from several companies in ways that other agents just can't. And they commit to that.
And I pledge.
In writing. Trusted Choice. You need an independent insurance agent.
Black Hills Insurance Agency, a tradition of service since 1940.
We've played 4 here at Eden Prairie in the second game of our doubleheader today. Post 22 now has a 3-0 lead over East Grand Forks thanks to 2 runs on 3 hits in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Numbers across the board through 4 innings. For Post 22, it's 3 runs on 6 hits, no errors in the field. And on the opposite side for East Grand Forks, straight zeros. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Tommy Wall comes up to face 4, 5, and 6 in the East Grand Forks batting order for the second time in this ball game. We'll start off with the DH, Victor Saucedo, followed by Evan Eastad, the first baseman, and Ross Corbett, the left-handed hitting third baseman. Mark Benetti and Tom Rudabush alongside you for all the action here in the Gopher Classic on ESPN Radio Rapid City. You're also watching the ball game, if you are, on the internet, Hardhats-TV, which can be found all season long at post22baseball.com. Saucedo's looking for his first hit of the ball game and his first hit for his team. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to third. And his first pitch from Tommy Wall, breaking ball called strike inside. 0-1 the count to Saucedo. Wall back to work with a full windup. Here comes his 0-1 pitch. That misses low, and the count will even up to a ball and a strike.
We have our first site champion crowned. One of the 16 sites is in Anoka in West Fargo. Wins Anoka's with a 5-0 record.
1-1 is fouled. I think that went off of the body of Saucedo and just rolled down the third baseline. So a ball and 2 strikes now the count to the East Grand Forks DH. 1-2. Wall has 5 strikeouts. He's a pitch away from number 6. Here comes his 1-2 pitch. Swung on and it's fouled, and Saucedo stays alive. Ball and 2 strikes to count.
And it looks like Omaha Burke has won the Hopkins site with a 4-1 record. Omaha team's doing well here.
Wall and 2 strikes the count to Saucedo. Full windup for Wall, and he deals his 1-2. Swung on, and the ball's popped up. Foul territory. Can Paris get to it? Yes, he can. What a catch from Jimmy Paris. Pop 2 in the scorebook in foul territory. 1 up, 1 down brings us to Evan Eastad, the first baseman. Solid grab by Paris. Foul territory. Going towards that third base dugout of East Grand Forks. So now Evan Eastad comes up, the first baseman. He flew out to Connor King in center field. 0 for 1. And his first pitch from Wall, called strike. No balls and a strike to count to Eastad, the first baseman. We have 1 out here in the top of the 5th. The Hardhats looking to keep their 3-0 lead intact. 0-1 pitch, swung on, hit right back to Wall at the mound. He's going to take his time, toss it to Sorensen underhand, and he gets the out. 1-3 in the scorebook, 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring us to the left-handed hitting third baseman, Ross Corbett for East Grand Forks.
Wyzetta has won the Prior Lake site. They went unbeaten 5-0.
Number 10, the third baseman,
And
Ross Corbett.
a surprise, and this site isn't over yet, but Pierre is 4-1 in their pool.
First pitch to Corbett, a called strike at his belt. Nice fastball from Wall, and he starts ahead 0-1.
North St. Paul is 4-0, and Pierre is 4-1. North St. Paul still has to play.
0-1 pitch, swung on once again, hit right back to Wall. He gets it, underhand toss to first is in time, and that'll do it. Another 1-2-3 inning for Tommy Wall, and that means no runs, hits, errors, or anybody left on base. We've played 4.5. Post 22 has preserved their 3-0 lead. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the 5th. 8, 9, and 1 scheduled to hit, starting off with the first baseman, Jack Sorensen of Post 22. We'll be right back in just a few moments from the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box here on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Coke Zero goes with things like this. This. And this. Coke Zero tastes like this.
He shoots, he scores!
It sounds like this. It feels like this. So when the game is on, try it with this. Coke Zero. Real Coca-Cola taste. 0 calories, 0 sugar.
Jack Sorensen leads off the bottom half of the 5th for Post 22. The Hardhats hanging another 0 on the board defensively. They have a 3-0 lead. And the first pitch to Sorensen is swung on, and it's popped up to the right side of the infield. Coming in from first is Eastad, and he will make the catch on the first pitch thrown from Cade Spencer. So Jack Sorensen twice has been retired on a pop out to his position at first to start off an inning. 1 up, 1 down brings us to Connor King, the center fielder. King has 1 of 6 Hardhats hits in this ball game. He singled with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. However, he was caught in a crazy rundown. Here's his first pitch. Called strike. Low and inside, and the count starts off 0-1 to King. So Sorensen led off, King at bat, Walker Paz on deck. Those are the 3 gentlemen scheduled to hit in this bottom half of the 5th. 0-1 misses outside to King, and the count will even up at a ball and a strike. King, the left-handed hitting center fielder against the right-handed throwing Cade Spencer. 1-1, called strike on a breaking ball at the knees of King, and it's 1-2. Spencer only has 1 strikeout. He's a pitch away from number 2. 1-2 from Spencer. Misses low. And the count will even up at deuces, 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 to King. Breaking pitch is absolutely ripped foul, first base side, but it's out of play. And the count will hold at 2-2. 1 out in the base path empty here for King in the bottom of the 5th as Hardhats clubs up 3-0 over East Grand Forks. 2-2 to King. Swung on, and that ball is hit high in the air to shallow right. Coming in from second is Campos, and he's going to give way to the shortstop, Mushitz, who comes all the way over to make the catch. So a pop 6 in the book, 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring us back to the top of the Hardhats order. Walker Paz. We're in our final game of pool play here, the 2017 Gopher Classic. The Hardhats with a 3-1 record here at Eden Prairie, looking to end on a 4-game win streak. Paz 0 for 2, a fly out to left and a ground out to first unassisted, and his first pitch is chopped down the first baseline and foul to start him off 0-1 against Spencer. If Paz can keep the inning going, right fielder Zach Solano's on deck. If not, Wall's back on the mound to face the bottom third of the East Grand Forks batting order in the top of the 6th. 0-1, pitch is swung on. It's drilled high to right field. That ball has the legs, that ball has the distance, and it's going to land shy of the fence. Walker turns on his jets. He is rounding second. He's coming in for third, and a throw's not going to get there. A 2-out triple by Walker Paz as he absolutely belted that ball to the right field fence. A man 90 feet away from scoring with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Zach Solano here in the bottom of the 5th.
Walker's third triple of the season.
So Zach Solano comes up with 2 outs. He's 0 for 2 in this ball game. His first hit would surely knock in Walker Paz. First pitch, swung on, ball's hit high in the air to center field. Will Rorick is backtracking, and he makes the catch in front of the batter's eye in center, and that will do it. So the Hardhats get no runs on a hit, no errors charged to East Grand Forks, and Walker Paz was stranded on the base path 90 feet away from home. We've played 5 innings here at Eden Prairie. Post 22 still has a 3-0 lead over East Grand Forks in the final game of pool play of the 2017 Gopher Classic. Tommy Wall is back on the mound for the top of the 6th. He'll face the bottom third of the East Grand Forks order. We'll be back with that and more here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Great faces, great places. Wet paint? Yep. And around here, when great places need a little love, great faces band together. Each year, First Interstate Bank employees help local organizations put a fresh coat of paint on homes of those in need. A small gesture, perhaps, but one that puts smiles on faces and strengthens bonds in the places we serve. First Interstate Bank. It's you and I together.
We've played 5 here at Eden Prairie. And Trey Eberline's now on the mound for Post 22 in relief. So Trey Eberline takes over for Tommy Wall, who in the previous 5 innings didn't allow a single hit or a run. He struck out 5 and he only walked 1. He did it on 62 pitches, and now he gives way to Trey Eberline, who's making his second appearance of the Gopher Classic. Eberline comes in for his 14th appearance of the season, his 13th in relief. 23 2/3 innings of work under his belt. He has a 3-0 record and is 3 for 3 in save opportunities. 22 strikeouts to 20 walks, 3 hit batsmen on the year, and a 2.37 ERA. So Tommy Wall, who pitched 5 no-hit innings, has been substituted here in the top of the 6th for Eberline. So let's see if he can keep it going as he faces the bottom 3 of the East Grand Forks batting order, and Kyle Watt, the left fielder, Austin Campos, the second baseman, and Corey Watt, the right fielder. All 3 gentlemen are 0 for 1 with a strikeout. They were the last 3 that Wall threw in this sensational start. So Eberline looking to keep this momentum going for the Hardhats on the mound. So Kyle Watt, the left-handed hitting left fielder, up against Trey Eberline, the right-handed reliever. Hardhats with a 3-0 lead here in the top of the 6th. And the first pitch from Eberline. This is inside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. Count evens up at a ball and a strike on the pitch from Eberline to Kyle Watt, the left fielder. Watt's strikeout came to lead off the top half of the 3rd. And is 1-1. This is low. 2 balls and a strike to count.
Trey pitched yesterday, and I think he pitched, Was it 1 or 2 innings?
2-1 pitch misses low and inside. 3 balls and a strike now, the count to Watt. Eberline came in the first game of the doubleheader, and he went 1 inning, allowed a hit, struck out 1, and walked 1. His 3-1 pitch is swung on and missed on a high fastball, and the count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to count. Eberline looking for that first K, and he deals his payoff pitch, and it just misses low for ball 4. So Eberline walks the leadoff man, Kyle Watt, the left fielder. So the leadoff man is aboard, and that'll bring up Austin Campos, the second baseman.
Austin Campos.
Campos also 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And his first pitch from Eberline, swung on, and it's fouled to the backstop in front of us. 0-1 to starting count. Corey Watt, the right fielder, on deck, as I mentioned, also 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Eberline takes a look at first. 0-1 pitch, swung on, and it's pop foul territory. Can Paris do it again? Yes, he can. What a catch. Diving forward, twice in foul territory. Timmy Paris has made a big catch. Another pop 2 in the book. 1 down with that man on first, and that brings up Corey Watt, the right fielder.
Yeah, a couple good plays there by Timmy. One to his left, he had to find the ball. This one to his right. Ball never got that high up in the air.
Here comes the first pitch to Corey Watt. That's a called strike. Fastball at his belt. 0-1. Watt's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. That came to end the top half of the third inning. He has a man on first here and 1 out in the top of the 6th. And his East Grand Forks club trails the Hardhats 3-0. Next pitch, swung on, and it's hit to the left side of the infield and through for a base hit. And it takes 5 1/3 innings of work from the pitching staff to allow the first hit of the ballgame. So with 1 out, Watt gets a single. That'll advance Kyle Watt to second. So first and second with 1 out here in the top of the 6th brings us to Alex Muschitz, a left-handed hitting shortstop. First pitch from Eberline. Ball missed low on a breaking pitch. 1-0. Muschitz is 0 for 2. Struck out in his very first at-bat. Grounded out to second the last time he was up. He has men on first and second and 1 out here in the top of the 6th. 1-0 from Eberline. Called strike, a fastball. Hit the outside corner, and it's 1-1.
It's very important with this run differential being the tiebreaker, possibly tonight after the Eden Prairie Papillion game. Post 22 is a -9 right now. They can't afford to allow any more runs.
1-1, another called strike. Fastball outside corner from Eberline, and it's a ball with 2 strikes now to Alex Muschitz.
You know, it's really interesting. I just thought of something. I'll expound on it here in a second.
Eberline looking for his first strikeout in relief. And his 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and the ball is hit weakly to the mound. Eberline gets the stop, throw to first in time. So he's able to get the out at first, but everybody else advances a base. So it's second and third on, you can joke and say, a swinging bunt, if you will, from Muschitz. So a 1-3 fielder's choice retires him. 2 down, 2 men in scoring position, and now Jake Kozowski, the catcher.
Jake Jelly.
Jake Jelly's going to pinch hit for Osowski here.
Osowski went 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk, and Jelly takes over. And Eberline's first pitch. Breaking ball, called strike. Well placed by Eberline, and he starts ahead 0-1. No balls and a strike to count to Jelly. He has men on second and third and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. His next pitch is low and inside, but Paris gets the block. And the count evens up at 1-1.
Garrett Jelly's the head coach of East Grand Forks. This is his son batting. We'll get to my point here in a moment when we have time. It's not that urgent, but it's interesting.
Here's the 1-1. Pitch is swung on, and it's fouled. Out of play, first base side, and the count goes to 1-2.
What do we have in play in this tournament? We have an 8-run rule. If Eden Prairie would win by the 8-run rule, that would eliminate us because we're -9 in runs.
Wow. 1-2 to Jelly. Pitch is swung on and just fouled on a breaking pitch inside, and the count will hold at 1-2.
The only way that wouldn't work is if somebody would hit a home run. Then they would count all the runs. But let's say the bases are loaded. It's 7-0 Eden Prairie. And they get a base hit. That 8th run's the only one that counts. And that wouldn't help us at all. It would eliminate us.
1-2. Swung on, and that ball is lined into left field. It's going to drop for a base hit. One run's going to come and score, and they're going to pump the brakes to the gentleman now on third in Corey Watt. So it's a 2-out RBI single for Jake Jelly, the pinch hitter. And the Hardhats lead has now been cut to 3-1 here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. So Kyle Watt scores from third. And Corey Watt will take his place on third. So it's now men on the corners, 2 outs. And that will bring up another pinch hitter.
Now hitting for East Grand Forks.
That'll be Dylan Selk.
15, Dylan Silk.
So Dylan Selk takes over for Will Rorick. It's another pinch hitter. And his first pitch missed on a breaking pitch. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Rorick ended up going 0 for 2. He lined into a double play in his final at-bat. So Selk now takes over with men on the corners, and the next pitch he sees is low. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 outs, men on first and third here in the top of the 6th. The Hardhats have surrendered a run, and now their lead is 3-1. Eberline in relief for his first inning, and the next pitch misses inside, and the count goes to 3 balls and no strikes. Three and 0 from Eberline. And the pitch. Called strike at the belt of Selk. And it's 3-1. So Selk most likely, I believe, will take over at center field unless they rotate. Jelly will most likely take over at catcher. 3-1. Inside. Ball 4. So it's a 2-out walk issued to Selk. And that will load up the bases for another pinch hitter in Carter Beck. So Beck takes over for the designated hitter. Third pinch hitter in a row. And it comes up with the bases loaded. And now Coach Masters is going to have a word with his infield and with Eberline. So the scenario is 2 outs, bases loaded here in the top of the 6th. The Hardhats have already surrendered 1 run. The tying run now in scoring position. And East Grand Forks is in a spot right now to really make this game interesting. If Carter Beck, the pinch hitter now, who is a left-handed hitter, is retired, the Hardhats would go to Bowman, Sumption, and Stevens, barring any substitutions in the bottom half of the 6th. If Beck keeps the inning going, then at minimum 1 run will score, and that'll bring this game within 1. Hardhats with a 3-1 lead now. They're looking to prevent any further damage. And the first pitch to Beck is a called strike on a fastball. 0-1 to Beck, the left-handed hitting pinch hitter, taking over for Victor Tosido, who went 0 for 2. 0-1. Called strike on another fastball. 0-2 quickly to Beck. Eberline is ready. He is wasting no time in between pitches. Here comes his 0-2. Just missed outside. Solid pitch from Eberline to try and get Beck to fish, but it's a ball and 2 strikes. Every base is occupied. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. And the 1-2 swung on and just fouled. And Beck stays alive at a ball and 2 strikes. Evan Eastad, the first baseman's on deck if we get that far. Here comes the 1-2. Just missed again outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes from Eberline. Two and 2 coming from Eberline to Beck, and he deals. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Now that's Eberline's first strikeout in relief, and it could not have come at a better time. He strands the bases loaded. However, East Grand Forks scores a run on 2 hits with no errors, and every base left occupied. 5.5 innings are in the books. Post 22 still has the lead. However, it's been cut to 3-1 as we transition to the bottom of the 6th. Cooper Bowman will lead off, barring any substitutions. We'll be back with his at-bat and more. You're on the official radio home of Post 22 Hard Hats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Explore the outdoors with friends and family, offering new and pre-owned RVs to fit every budget and thousands of parts and accessories for any need. Camping World has it all. With over 125 supercenters nationwide, you're never far from America's #1 RV dealer. No matter where your adventures take you, whether you need an RV, parts, or service, Camping World is here to help you every step of the way. Visit Camping World in Rapid City or shop campingworld.com today. Camping World is here to help you connect to adventure.
Tom's whipping out the binoculars to finalize the defensive substitutions made for East Grand Forks. We have a feeling there's going to be a couple of them. Number 2 is now in center field. And that number 2 just so happens to be Evan Sapansky. So Evan Sapansky is now in center field. So he takes over for Will Rorick, who was pinch hit for with Dylan Selk. The Hard Hats now coming to the bottom half of this 6th inning. Potentially could be their final one on offense. Cooper Bowman's going to lead it off. My apologies, that's Shapansky. Evan Shapansky out in center. Cade Spencer's still on the mound for East Grand Forks. He's pitched the last 5 innings, and he's allowed 3 runs on 7 hits. So Cooper Bowman leads off the bottom half of the 6th. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame. Bowman followed by Sumption and Stevens. Hard at shortstop steps in, and he looks at his first pitch from Cade Spencer. He swings on it, but he fouls it behind home plate, and he starts behind 0-1. Hard Hats 3 runs on 7 hits with no errors on defense. East Grand Forks a run on 2 hits with no errors on defense. They stranded the bases loaded in the top half of this 6th inning. Only scored a run, and that was prior to the bases loaded opportunity. RBI single came from Jake Jelly, the pinch hitter and now catcher. Next pitch to Bowman, a called strike at his knees. 0-2. Next pitch is fouled, and the count will hold at 0-2 to Bowman. Zach Sumption on deck, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. Here comes the 0-2 to Bowman. Misses outside. Ball and 2 strikes. Todd Stevens is the final man scheduled to hit in this bottom half of the 6th, and he's been on fire today. 1-2 to Bowman. Misses low, and the count will even up at 2 strikes. Todd Stevens has a pair of doubles in this ball game. He's scored twice. He's knocked in a run. And on the doubleheader, he's 4 for 4. Here's his 2-2. Swung on, and that ball is hit right up the middle and by a diving shortstop, Muschitz, for a base hit. So Cooper Bowman, the leadoff man here in the bottom of the 6th, gets on with a single. That'll bring up Zach Sumption with a man on first and no one out here in the bottom of the 6th. The Hard Hats with a 3-1 lead over East Grand Forks. Final game of pool play here for Post 22 in the Gopher Classic. Tom mentioned earlier in the tournament they've been coming to this tournament for quite some time.
I think it was the early 80s was our first trip here. It started in 77.
Spencer takes a look at first. Bowman takes a lead, not a big one. First pitch to Sumption, misses low and outside for ball 1. Assumption again, 1 for 2. Flew out to center in his first at-bat. Singled in his second. Came around to score. That was on an RBI double from Todd Stevens. Check to first isn't in time, so Bowman stays tethered to the bag. And now he takes his lead once again. 1-0 pitch coming from Spencer to Assumption, and he deals. Swung on, and that ball's popped up. Right side, foul territory down the first baseline, and Eastad, the first baseman, will come in and grab it. Pop 3 in the book, retires Assumption. 1 down, still with Bowman on first, and that'll bring up a dynamite red-hot DH in Todd Stevens. Stevens in the first game of our doubleheader was the catcher. He batted in the 8 hole, hit by a pitch, singled, and then bunt singled, came around to score, even stole a base. And in this game, he's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles, 2 runs scored, and a run knocked in. Spencer, check to first. Off track. It may have hit Eastad there. It's not in time. So Bowman's back, and we still have yet to see a first pitch to Stevens.
I think the ball hit Cooper, and he's kind of shaking that off. It deflected up and hit Cooper in the face area. Boy, he's really taking a beating this year.
Didn't he take a ball to the face in Denver?
Yeah, that's where he broke his nose.
First pitch to Stevens, runner goes, and Stevens absolutely torches it, but it goes foul. Down the third baseline, and he's behind 0-1. So Baldwin was taking off for second there. We'll see if he does that on the next couple of pitches to Stevens. Stevens looking to go 3 for 3 and 5 for 5 on the day. He's reached base every time he's approached the batter's box. Hit by a pitch, a pair of singles in the first game, a pair of doubles in this one. That first game was against Grand Rapids. 0-1. We wait on the pitch as there's another check to first, and Bowman's back. Justin Kramer's in the on-deck circle. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of RBI singles in this ball game. Also has a stolen base to his credit. Here's the 0-1. And that's outside to Todd Stevens, and the count evens up at 1-1. Kramer's on deck, and Paris is to follow him if we get that far. Spencer steps off the rubber, and we still wait on that 1-1 pitch to Stevens. One-one. Breaking pitch. Stevens laid off it. It's a called strike, and he knew it. 1-2 now the count to the Hardhats DH. Bowman did not take off for second, but that doesn't mean he won't on this next pitch. Tried to earlier in that bat, but Stevens fouled. 1-2. Bowman goes. Pitches up high, and the throw to second is not in time. It's off track. So Bowman gets that stolen base. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count here to Stevens.
Talking about the number of fly balls off Cade Spencer, he's got 16 outs so far in the game, 5 in the third innings. 12 of the 16 outs have been in the air.
2-2 pitch coming to Stevens. Spencer deals. Pitch is swung on, and the ball's hit to second, but it dies in the grass. Ball's bobbled. Throw to first is not in time. And Todd Stevens is safe. Campos had trouble handling that ball. I'm thinking E4. What do you think?
Definitely an error. Just picks the ball up and flips it to first. Todd would be out. So first and third now as Bowman reaches third.
Justin Kramer comes up now with men on the corner, so unfortunately Stevens won't get credit for his 5th hit of the day and 3rd of this ball game. But he still has a pair of singles from game 1 and a pair of doubles here in this second one. Justin Kramer comes up. He has 2 RBI singles and a stolen base. He's 2 for 2. 1 out, men on the corners here in the bottom of the 6th. 3-1 is the Hardhats lead. And the first pitch to Kramer misses low for ball 1.
That ball Todd hit was right off the end of the bat, and the ball had so much spin on it.
Here's the 1-0. Misses low and away. 2-0 to Kramer. Timmy Paris in the on-deck circle if the double play doesn't end the inning. He's looking for his first hit. He has struck out and flown out. Next pitch to Kramer. He turns on the high breaking pitch, but it's foul, and it goes out of play. Third base side, and the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. So 2-1 to the Hardhats third baseman. He has Cooper Bowman 90 feet to his left on third, and he has Todd Stevens 90 feet to his left on first. Stevens reaching on the error, Bowman singling and stealing second. 2-1 to Kramer. Breaking pitch misses in the dirt. Stevens takes off for second, and the throw is not there. And Bowman hangs on at third.
Out of 57-foot breaking ball there, bounced about 3 feet in front of the plate.
So 3 balls and a strike now the count here to Kramer. And the pitch is a called strike inside. And the count will go full to Kramer at 3-2. Big payoff pitch coming up for Spencer on the mound. He deals his 3-2 to Kramer. Ball is swung on. It's lined to second, but nobody was covering the bag, so Stevens took off and he retreats quickly. So an L4 retires Kramer. Had a nice catch by Campos at second, but again, nobody was covering for Stevens to double him up. So 2 men in scoring position, 2 down, and that'll bring up Timmy Paris. And his first hit of the ball game here would surely knock in a run. 3-1 is the Hardhats lead. We have 2 outs, men on second and third. Paris is 0 for 2. He struck out in his first at-bat, and he flew out to left most recently. Both of his at-bats have ended an inning. And his first pitch is a called strike on a breaking ball. 0-1. If Paris is the last out, then Eberline has to deal with 5, 6, and 7 on the top of the 7th to give the Hardhats the win. Here's the 0-1 to Paris. Pitch misses low and away, and the count will leave it up at 1-1. However, if the Hardhats backstopper keeps the inning going, then Jack Sorensen patiently waits in the on-deck circle. Ball and a strike the count. And Cade Spencer deals. Pitch is outside, 2-1 to Paris. Two and 1 to the Hardhats catcher. Men on second and third. Stevens on second, Bowman on third. 2-1 breaking ball, swung on, and it's flared foul, and first base side out of play. 2-2. Jack Sorensen on deck if we get that far. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men on. Lots of 2s. Cade Spencer trying to get his second strikeout and end this inning. Here's his 2-2 pitch. Breaking pitch, a swung on, and it's hit to short. Stops made on the play by Muschitz, and his throw to first is in time. Almost took Estad off the bag, but he is retired. Timmy Paris, and that'll end it. So Paris has 2 men in scoring position, and it ends the bottom half of the 6th. For post 22 was no runs on a hit. 1 error was charged to East Grand Forks. 2 men left on the base path in scoring position. We've played 6. Post 22 has a 3-1 lead over East Grand Forks. Trey Eberline is 3 outs away from a big 2-inning save to give the Hardhats 4 wins out of 5 in pool play of the Gopher Classic. We'll be right back with the top half of the 7th here on the official radio home of Post 22 Hardhats Baseball on ESPN Radio, Rapid City.
Trey Eberline trying to nail this one down. It's a 3-1 post 22 lead over East Grand Forks as we head to the top of the 7th inning. East Grand Forks scoring their only one run of the game last inning and left the bases loaded against Eberline in the 6th inning.
Eberline on the season's 3 for 3 in save opportunities. This would be a 6-out save given how close the game is. So you could go to 4 for 4 depending on how these next 3 batters plus go. So it'll be 5, 6, and 7 starting off with Evan Estad, the first baseman.
Evan Easted.
Evan Easted is flied out to left center. He's hit back to the pitcher. He's 0 for 2. Right-handed batter. Ross Corbett on deck. And the first pitch is a strike from Eberline, and it's 0-1. Trey into the windup, his pitch. Breaking ball, and it's high, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 pitch. Grounded foul up the third baseline. 1-2 on Eastad. It's been a great weekend here in the Twin Cities. Perfect weather. It's been a good tournament for the Hardhats. Saw the Twins win. Roller foul off to the left. That pleases some of us. Although I did see you clap for the Twins the other night, Mark.
I did. Take me out to the ball game, instruct you to root for the home team. So I was just following orders.
1-2 pitch. And it's low and outside. Am I holding that baseball bat behind you in the seats? Didn't convince you at all to cheer for the Twins?
Not at all.
Here's the 2 pitch. He struck him out. Kind of an off-speed pitch there from Eberline. Second strikeout for Trey here in relief, and it brings up Ross Corbett, the third baseman, left-handed batter who has popped to second and grounded back to the pitcher. Here's the pitch on the way, up over his head for ball 1. If you were to guess how tall Corbett is, how much would you guess?
I'd go 5'10".
5'10"?
Well, we've got a distance disadvantage over here.
Pitch is outside, a ball. So it's 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch on the way is fouled off to the left, and it's 2-1.
Why? How far was I off?
I don't know. They don't list them. Oh. That's why I was asking your opinion.
I thought you had it. You were going to see how close I was.
No.
You totally misled me with how you led that.
High for a ball. So count goes to 3-1 now. And Eberline's 3-1 pitch. And it's high for ball 4. So that will bring the tying run to the plate for East Grand Forks here in the top of the 7th. Post 22 leading 3-1.
3 walks now for Eberline and an inning and a third of relief. You'd like to see those free base running totals come down a bit. We know Trey has the velocity and he has the movement on his pitches to start ringing these guys up. He just has to stick with that.
Kobe Stoss is going to bat here for East Grand Forks. Right-handed hitter. Swings and misses for strike 1. He's batting for Kyle Wyatt, who had struck out and walked. Scored a run. Kobe Stoss, pinch hitting here, a right-handed batter with a 1-strike count. Sorensen holding with Corbett at first base. Here's the pitch, and it's high for a ball. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike here in the 7th inning as Eberline works from the stretch. He delivers. Fastball swung on, a fly ball to center. Drifting to his left is Connor King. He's under it. He's got it for the second out. 2 down now in the East Grand Forks 7th inning. They're down to their last out. And Austin Campos, the second baseman, coming up.
Now hitting number 7, the second baseman, Austin Campos.
Campos has struck out and fouled out to Timmy Paris, who made a nice catch. And the pitch from Eberline is high for ball 1. Post 22, 1 out away from a doubleheader sweep here today in a 4-1 pool record. The pitch in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. So now Eberline's down to a strike. Here's his pitch. Low and inside. 2-2 on Campos. Corey Watt, the right fielder, is on deck. Eberline's pitch. Swung on a fly ball into left center field. Zach Sumption's over there. He's under. Gives way to Connor King, who makes the catch. The game is over as Campos flies out to King over in left center. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. The final score, the Hardhats 3, East Grand Forks, Minnesota 1. We'll return with the totals and highlights from this afternoon's games here on ESPN Radio Rapid City and the Anytime Auto Sales Press Box in just a moment. Three to 1, the Hardhats complete their doubleheader sweep after winning their first game today 6-2 over, or 6-4 over Grand Rapids, Minnesota. They win 3-1 here in the nightcap with 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. They stranded 4. A run on 2 hits, 1 error, and 5 left for East Grand Forks. Post 22 got a run in the second on a double by Todd Stevens and a single by Justin Kramer to make it 1-0. Added their final runs in the 4th inning on an RBI double by Stevens and a run-scoring single by Kramer, who had 2 RBIs for post 22, and it was 3-0. The only run scoring for East Grand Forks was in the 6th inning when they got a run across on an RBI single by pinch hitter Jake Jelly. Tommy Wall, 5 no-hit innings, picks up the win. And then 2 innings in relief for Trey Eberline, who gave up 2 hits and a run, as post 22 in game number 50 of the season wins game number 44. So quite an effort, though, by Tommy Wall.
Quite an effort indeed. And look, I'm not the coach, so I can't make any strategic assumptions or what have you. But I'm a little disappointed to see Tommy get pulled. I'm sure there was a good reason for it, maybe to get Eberline a couple more innings of work in a very tight game. But Tommy, 5 no-hit innings. He was sensational. 5 strikeouts to a walk. And again, Tom, I bring up the stat that really stands out for me about Tommy is that this was his 16th appearance of the season, starts and relief appearances. 16th appearance. He only had 1 walk, didn't hit a single batter today. That was his 18th free base runner allowed by either a hit batsman or by a base on balls. So 18 free base runners in 16 appearances. He only averages about 1 a game. And he got his 1 today on the 1 walk, but he fanned 5, including his final 3 in a row of the top half of the 3rd inning. So good on Tommy to come out here and give this Hardhats club a quality start. And he's the ace in the hole, if you will, of this Hardhats pitching rotation, I think. You've got Riley McSherry at number 1, McGuire at 2, and Trubinsky at 3 in that order. And Holden Jackson can give you a serviceable start. But if you really need somebody to take a workload off of your pitchers, Tommy's the guy you go to. And that's why you say he's the ace in the hole. He's not necessarily the ace of the staff, but he's right there just in case you need it. Maybe a trump card would be a better way to describe Tommy and his role in this pitching staff for the Hardhats, but he did phenomenal today, as he's done all season long. Now 45 strikeouts to 17 walks on the year, so good on Tommy. He's played one heck of a season, and he got a great start today. 5 no-hit innings.
Todd Stevens had 2 doubles in the second game and an RBI, scored a couple of runs to go with his 2 hits in the first game. And then we had Justin Kramer with 2 hits, 2 run-scoring singles in this second game to lead the post-22 attack. Rapid City won the first game 6-4 over Grand Rapids, Minnesota, winning with 6 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Grand Rapids 4 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the opening game was Zach Cholas, who worked 4 shutout innings but was touched for 4 runs in the 5th inning. But he picked up the win, as coming on in relief with Jack Sorensen to throw 2 shutout innings in that first game today. And we mentioned Justin Kramer, who had 2 hits in the second game. He had 2 hits in the first game with an RBI. And Todd Stevens had 2 hits in that first game for post-22. So the Hardhats 44-6 on the season. And again, they have an outside shot to be playing here tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out how it could happen. Right now, the Hardhats have given up a total of 12 runs in the tournament. If Eden Prairie defeats Papillion, that would put, and assuming Eden Prairie wins this game, coming up against East Grand Forks, they would have 3 teams at 5-1, and the tiebreaker would be fewest runs allowed. And post-22 would have to have an 11-run victory for Eden Prairie over Papillion, and I don't think we're going to see that tonight. And the other thing I brought up was the 8-run rule, and that's funny how that could really come into play. Papillion could just lose the game on the 8-run rule and have an 8-run loss and still win the pool. So things are not looking strong for the Hardhats. Now the Expos are going to be playing 2 games tonight. They are 1-2 in their pool as they came along. We have several of the larger schools. Excelsior has 2 teams here in the Gopher Classic. Excelsior has 2 teams also here in the Gopher Classic. But the Expos will play at 4:15 Rapid City time this afternoon against Minneapolis Southwest, and then they'll play Edina at 7 o'clock Rapid City time. Expos are 1-2. That's it for me, except to remind the fans one last time about Dining on the Diamond on Tuesday night at Fitzgerald Stadium. It's the annual Dining on the Diamond Spaghetti Dinner, Tuesday night from 5 to 7 at Fitzgerald Stadium. This is a free dinner to all of our season ticket holders and sponsors. Please come out for your free dinner. Have your favorite post-22 players serve your meal. They'll be dressed in their black slacks, their white shirts, their bow ties. Should be another cool evening at Fitzgerald Stadium. Hope to see you there between 5 and 7 on Tuesday night. Post-22 sweeps their doubleheader today. See you down the road, Mark.
See you down the road, Tom. Maybe even see you Dining on the Diamond Tuesday night. Grab a pasta dinner. How's that sound?
You'll see me.
Well, you'll see me, too. I'm half Italian, so I'm obligated to come to any congregation that's serving pasta.
That's a national right you have to fulfill.
Exactly. That's a lot of responsibility I've got to take care of.
The Godfather may come looking after you if you don't go.
Hey, don't joke about that. We take that pretty seriously. Thanks so much for a great weekend in Minnesota, Tom. We'll see you back down the road. For everybody tuning in, thanks so much for joining us. It was a lot of baseball in a couple of days, and heck, like Tom said, it still could be going on. We have to see just exactly how the tiebreakers work out should Eden Prairie pull off the sweep in their doubleheader today. For all of our crew here, my partner Tom Rudabush and our director of Hardhats-TV, Destin Human, this is Mark Benetti saying so long, good afternoon, enjoy your Sunday, and we'll see you down the road.